Time to start? All things considered, I'm not that late. Like, if anything, I'm early. Wednesday's not for 3 days. So don't say I'm late. I'm early. Anyways, how are y'all doing? Hi, YouTube. Hi, Twitch chat. Why is every web app so broken? Background AI jobs is a very complicated question. Nothing too specific. Oh, the facial hair is because I normally shave on Wednesdays before stream and didn't feel like shaving today. Oh shit, Eva with the resub. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Not a goatee. It's just my cheeks don't fill out, okay? This is not intentional. This is me being busy. I was hoping the collared shirt would cancel out the mess. I almost wore a t-shirt and I was like, no, then I just look like I'm homeless. Yo, Strax, thanks for starting us off strong with the 24 months straight and almost 36 months. About to hit that 3 year. Got Insanity later. Always good to see you, man. Hope all's well with the 40 months of support. Jesus Christ. The hype train started from that. We got Tro here, 8 months in. Appreciate that. Hug More Trees, the legend, almost at 2 years. Remix B, 13 months in. Appreciate that a ton. Blue Guy at the 18-month mark. And then Artem here, 5 months in. Happy that my community's helping you out. Bump me in DMs at like 10 p.m. or later on most weekdays that I don't stream. My DMs are absolutely flooded right now beyond belief. And I have my PA focused on my email right now because that was even worse. But we're mostly caught up on email finally. We got Bent Signal. We got a bunch of people gifting at like the exact same time. Both NMG and Chesk gifting at like the exact same second and breaking Twitch. Yeah, please be careful. Don't, like, I'm doing fine. I have lots of brands paying me. Don't feel like you owe me anything. We got Ben Signal here with the 5 months. We got I'm Alex BF here with the Prime. Eva with the 16 months of support. Furtive Spy, 14 months in. Mike P. Funk, 6 months in. Yash, the legend, the intern grinding the most code at us right now, 26 months in. I do use Superhuman for emails. It doesn't magically triage and respond to them all for me. Kid got donated 30K. I did not hear about that. There's weird shit like that on Twitch all the time. And thank you again, NMG and Chesk, both for the gifts. I do also read YouTube chat, but I swear half of the YouTube chat is, do you read YouTube chat? Then there's a mix of people talking to each other. It's all fine. And then the spam that has to be dealt with is just not as good a vibe. This is an article that I thought was pretty interesting. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, there's a streamer that's going to be going live momentarily to do Outer Wilds, and I had to resist the urge to watch that and instead do this. Sorry, just making sure I'm not missing anything important right now. All seems fine. Yeah, you have to beat Outer Wilds before you can watch Outer Wilds. That's the rule. Thankfully, it only takes like 20-ish hours. Oh, P-Funk, did you not see my last video? I did see that they're doing some... Wait, no, this is not a recent post. I thought they were talking about a new local first thing somewhat recently. Yeah, I'm like the biggest Outer Wilds fan. I'm notoriously hardcore fanboy. I was the first person to ever beat the DLC during playtesting, which is one of my coolest achievements. Pumped so many have been, you know, so I want to do a poll on this. I'm just curious. Have you played Outer Wilds? Yes, before. Yes, you can. Helped convince me. Yes, you help convince. Yes. Without you, though. No. But I want to. And no, not interested. I'm just curious as fuck. Oh, yeah. You can never, ever, ever post about jobs on Twitter. It's instant death. The Outer Worlds. Yeah. Not Outer Worlds. Outer Wilds. This one. The indie game. I don't want to say anything that I don't need to about it. The less you know going in, the better, genuinely. It's a magical experience. I love it dearly. This is just the tags for their local first blog posts. And all of these are 7 months old or older. Not sure what you are trying to link to. Oops. Oh, this one specifically. And this is more like a breakdown of existing options more than like how we're thinking about this, it seems. Definitely something I'll read eventually. I'm probably not going to play games on the stream. Funny enough, I have one video I really want to film that is going to require me playing a skateboarding game for a little bit. And I'm probably just going to film that downstairs, honestly. I'm pumped that I got 6 people here to play Outer Wilds. Or helped at all. Seriously, play it. Like, it only takes like 20 hours to beat it. It's magical. My setup's pretty... Like, it seems really cool, but it's boring. It's mostly like I trim down as much as I can. I'm pretty public with my recommendations, but yeah. Yeah, what is a hype chest? Some new emoji, I'm assuming. Cool. New links and suggestions? Ooh, boy. Let me... Here. You can see I've been very up to date on this channel. Very interesting. The El Marina Zenith stuff's actually really interesting. Trying to not cover leaks. I already pre-ordered both Pebble watches because I can't help myself. I'm a nerd. Yeah, I was chatting with Mickey a bunch about that video, just like texting. I've been homies with him for a while now. I fucking love that kid. And I was just like, realistically speaking, this isn't going to perform on YouTube. He'd already posted it on YouTube and a teaser on Twitter. And I was like, man, this needs to be in a feed because I wouldn't have clicked on this, but as soon as I started watching it, I couldn't stop. Just put it on fucking Twitter or something where it will actually be seen because people will scroll into it. And looks like that worked because it's blowing up on Twitter and still performing like shit on YouTube because that's the nature of not making something clickable. But yeah, I'm really pumped for him. Super happy he's getting attention. Oh God, not a fucking Discord link. I'm scared to click that here. But if there's another source that you can share, I'm curious. Some suggestions? Okay. Oh, yeah, the employee that was number 2 at Windsurf who shared their story, and then Gary Tan replied to something really stupid. I don't know if that's additional video worthy, but it's definitely fucking interesting. Yeah, that ton B valuation is interesting. Depends a lot on their revenue. Marked up a couple good ones. Cool. Yeah, thank you to Hitesh for sending me a big pile of things too. Lyra one could be fun, but it'd be hard to brand. Yeah, maybe I'll do the Lyra one. I want to try the OpenAI like job article. The reflections on OpenAI, like I really want to try that. I'm also super curious about the luck one. Yeah, there's a bunch of good stuff in here, but we need to get videoing because I have to leave at 5-ish to do a call. I might go live again after, but I'm probably just going to go record stuff after. Hackathon results are on the site now. I was waiting for people to like check the box so they could see the results. We'll be doing a full breakdown of all of that soon. I did a quieter announcement a week and a half ago. It's just everything's been on fucking fire nonstop for me lately. Like it's been bad. But yeah, I'm live now because we literally, for the first time ever, have no videos. Like there's nothing recorded ready to go. We normally have a backlog of a ton. So time to fix that. Let's get filming. I need to do an offset. Marker offset 1830 I'll aim for. Cool. You're good to record. There's a lot of reasons we need a mobile app, and I'm very excited to build it, but we're planning a lot. Yeah, Cursor absolutely picked the right guy. I need to watch that video soon, too. Let's grab the link. This. I mean, I have inside info. It's not about drama with Vercel at all, if that's what you're wondering. It's just that he got a really good opportunity and wanted to be part of something big and new. When you're at a company for a long ass time, it's exciting to do something different. It really is simply he just left because a very exciting opportunity was present, and you can't say no to that. Useful, but I think I snuck past the whitelist because I have friends at Microsoft. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. I don't know how long he was at Vercel, but he was there for fucking ever. Let's get going. Try it out. Film the GitHub Spark vibe coder. Let's do it. This should be fun. Looks like there's yet another small startup building an AI vibe coding app. Today's is, wait, GitHub Spark? GitHub is making a vibe coding app? Like, fully leaning into the lovable V0 Bolt world? This is going to be really interesting. It's kind of crazy how even these big companies are now... I'm beginning to think that the vibe coding... beginning to think the vibe coding app might be the... beginning to think the vibe coding app might be the new crab of tech world stuff. Like, everything seems to be morphing and evolving into this shape. And I have feelings from... cut the... from like that to the... and I have feelings. I'm actually really curious to see how this performs compared to others and what its strengths and weaknesses are. It genuinely looks interesting. I am super curious. Thankful to my friends at GitHub for sneaking me in early. That said, no money has exchanged hands. We're going out of our way to keep me as reasonable and unbiased as possible. So in order to cover bills, With that said, someone's got to pay for the video, and I don't want it to be you. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. So let's start by reading what the hell this is, and then give it a real go. Can we enable anyone to create or adapt software for themselves using AI into fully managed runtime? I want to find the original viral post with this. Does anybody remember it? I want to find this. Oh, here it is. We'll go with that one. Oh, Hitesh found it? Oh, shit. Yeah, we'll go both of these. Perfect. Okay, this will be fun cut. I'm getting a little hung up on this idea of GitHub creating a tool that anyone can use to create or adapt software, because they haven't built a tool where the average person can even download an exe from it. Like, I've seen so many of these posts on like the GitHub subreddit complaining that there's no download button right on the page when it's meant to be for code, not for you to download an exe. Or this legendary tweet that I dunked on forever ago. Sorry I have to say this, but GitHub needs a big red download button. I'm scared of what happens if we give more normies access to GitHub through all of this. That all said, let's see how they plan to do it with these micro app vibe coding projects. Oh, the sidebar so that this is readable. As devs, we love to customize our environment and build tools that fit our unique preferences and workflows. We do this not just because it improves productivity and ergonomics, but also because it makes our daily routine feel more personal. When things feel personal, they're typically also more fun. However, while we may invest in things like managing dot files, writing automation scripts, or configuring editor settings, how often do we pass up on ideas for making our own apps? Not necessarily because we couldn't build them, but because they seem too short-lived, niche, or time-consuming to prioritize. Frown emoji. You know what? I want to ask chat, because I'm beginning to think this isn't that common. Do you often have, or do you have app ideas that you want to build but are too busy? Can't do them because busy. There we go. That'll make it work. Often, sometimes, not really, never. LOL. Very curious where you guys land on this. Huh. Obviously, this is an enthusiast group. These are my homies, or obviously this is an enthusiast group. This is like the homies, the people who hang out when I'm filming live on Twitch. Today on a Sunday, by the way. But even then, it's somewhat often. Maybe I'm discounting this too quickly. Maybe there's a reason that all these companies are making way too much money. Oh, speaking of which, I am invested in 2 competitors, so take that as you will. We'll get to those in a bit, I'm sure. But I'm also very much invested in Microsoft. I have a lot of money in Microsoft stock, so count for biases all around. And in this lies the irony of software today. And in this lies the irony with software today. We have powerful computers on our desks and in our pockets, but they aren't nearly as personalized as they could be. Instead, we rely on general purpose tools that were designed by and for someone else, because the complexity of creating bespoke apps is too high. Yeah, this is kind of like my whole thesis now is that there will be more of these apps that serve 10% of an existing user base slightly better. And the switching cost being reduced, hopefully, will introduce more and more people to trying out these bespoke solutions or building them themselves. I like this part. How can we make personalizing our software as easy as personalizing our dev environment? This reads really cringe to me. I don't know why. I think it's the contrast of that and enable anyone to create or adapt software for themselves, but interesting. Regardless, this is Spark, the AI-powered tool for creating and sharing micro apps called Sparks, which will be tailored to your exact needs and preferences and are directly usable from your desktop and mobile device with or without needing to write any code. The natural language-based editor, which allows easy describing of your ideas, a managed runtime, which hosts your Sparks, a PWA-enabled dashboard, which lets you manage and launch your Sparks from everywhere. Interesting that they're going progressive web app as a way to make it work on mobile, because mobile's either the only focus or not really a focus for all the other vibe coding solutions. Very interesting. Do I risk watching their video and possibly getting copyright hit? Kind of want to YOLO it. There's music in there. So we will not be listening. We will just be watching. Cool. There's no dialogue. It's just music. It seems like. Okay. Wow. They must have filmed this forever ago. Wait, no, this is from October. So this is a thing that they've been talking about for a while, it seems. Yeah. They just finally launched it. Okay. That makes sense. Kind of silly. Like, why would you embed this ancient video when you just dropped this? Regardless, we got to try it, don't we? Let's hop in. Okay, cut all of that part with the video. I'll do a better cut over. Cool. So I don't know how much else there is for us to learn in here. I say we just hop right in. I don't know how much else there is for us to cover in the article. Let's hop right in to trying it. Let's do something nice and easy to start. We could do the classic to-do list app. Create to-do list app where users can add tasks, mark them complete, and organize them into categories. While this is going, I'm going to hop over to Chef because I want to steal some prompts from there. Might be better for me to use Chrome for this. Give me one sec. Why is the menu button disappearing? I want to see my previous stuff. Oh, it's sign me out. One sec. Cool. I wanted to grab this prompt from Chef. If you're not already familiar, it's the vibe coding builder app that was built by our friends over at Convex, which is very good because Convex's backend is good at these types of things. .com/spark. And I will get this one going as well. Maybe if I, there's no edit button in here, probably not. Yeah, we'll just go with it. It starts with a PRD. Oh boy. A clean and intuitive task management application which will help. I'm just going to rip this and put it in a real editor. Give me a sec so we have actual room to see it. Cool. To-do list app PRD, a clean and intuitive task management application that helps users organize their daily responsibilities across different life categories. Experience qualities, focused, organized, and satisfying. Complexity level, light application, multiple features with basic state. The gap between the more fun vibe codey apps like the Lovables, V0s, and Bolts and Chefs versus these like corpo ones, this feels a lot more like it's towards the like what was it? What was the name of the Amazon one? Kiro. Yeah, this feels a lot more on the Kiro side. Let me open up Excalibur because I need to start dumping these thoughts. God, it's slow. GitHub Spark. Let me hit that, make my life a little easier. There's kind of a spectrum that I'm seeing with these vibe coding apps where on one side there's like what's code, and on the other side it's like corpo, tech spec, BS. You know, like the spending more time writing documents than actually writing the code. And if we think of this as a spectrum, you have tools like Replit that are pretty far on the left there. And you have tools like, and then you have tools like Kiro. I should put AWS Kiro, which is much more on the corpo tech spec bullshit. And when I say what's code, I should be clear here. Like, I want to make or I'll say, you know what? I'll call this a child friendly. Like, this is something that I would play with kids and like show them at a high school, like how to build apps using these tools versus the corporate tech BS. Like, this is absurdity. So I don't want this to be like people who don't know how to code versus people who do. That's not the point at all. But my gut feel right now for Spark is that it swings in this direction. For many reasons I would hope are somewhat obvious. I prefer stuff that fits in the middle here for my vibe coding things. So like the Bolts, the Lovables, and the V0s. Bolt's a fun one because it's like really accessible, but also has like lots of flexibility in the tech spec. I really need to do my diagram of like vibe coding solutions. I might have to do that right after this, actually. I'll keep you guys up to date on when and how I decide to do that. I want to read the PRD for the Slack clone while we're waiting for both of these apps to be built, though, because, by the way, it's been like over 5 minutes, and we're still waiting for this to be built. Oh, this is so broken. Anyways. Here is the chat applications plan. Real-time messaging application that enables team communication through organized channels with user profiles and message search functionality. It's familiar, responsive, and organized. It seems to really like this format. And then the essential features. Channel management, real-time messaging, user profile management, message search. I did not tell it needs search. Edge case handling. Also, what did it say for complexity? A light application. Multiple features with basic state. Does it just always put that? Because like a to-do list and a Slack clone, I think, are different levels of complexity. Like, yeah. I have a bad feeling about this one. Okay, here's one of the components, the add to do component. So it is using React. It's defining interfaces on top and then binding them to props without even using the props keyword and just dumping. God, this is a choice. This feels just like the code I would read and write at Amazon. Bets on whether or not @components/UI is just shadcn. Just for reference, I know Bolt doesn't work great in Just for reference, I know Bolt doesn't work great in Firefox-based browser, so I'm throwing this in Chrome quick. Let's see what happens if I ask this to do the same thing. And yes, I'm an investor in Bolt. I'm also an investor in Lovable. I'm also an investor in Microsoft. Also an investor and advisor of Cursor. I'm equally biased across all of these things. Sorry. Still going over here. Still not the fastest thing in the world, but it's blasting through this a hell of a lot faster than this does. I should have started a timer when this started to keep track. It's been at least 10 minutes since we started. If I'm incorrect, phase correct that in the edit. Just say like how long it was. I'm starting a stopwatch now to see how long it takes until I actually can use these. Oh look, Bolt's done. I have a working to-do list. It actually looks pretty nice too. Something broke the preview there. Here we go. Cool. Full screen. What's up, nerds? Have my to-dos. I don't like this all being on top. Potential problems. Interesting. Invalid time value. Cool. I'll tell it to ignore that for now. I'm going to tell it to reorganize. There is too much going on above the to-do list itself. The top should app should immediately. Here. I want to word this. Anything that isn't my to-dos is much lower priority. Simplify the branding and move as much as you can below the to-do list. Simplify as necessary. Make this better. Cool. I just had yet another stupid idea for benchmarks. Oh, look at that. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I've been having so many stupid ideas for benchmarks, and I just had yet another one. I want to do a benchmark where I add a smiley face to the end of every prompt and see how it impacts like usage. And like retake on that bit. I'm having more and more ideas for benchmarks as I do all of this. I'm genuinely curious if I append a smiley face to the end of prompts, like will that affect performance and how likely it is to get the answer right? I'm very curious. Anyways, this took literally like 20 seconds or less, and it made the changes that I suggested and moved things away and made something that looks a lot nicer. Meanwhile, we are still waiting for the first one from Spark, because it still has to create type definitions for these components. Still working on the category sidebar. Well, it's definitely like, it's funny that I was doing the corpo comparison thing here because the amount of time it takes a corporation to generate some stuff versus like small team, very funny too. Like the more corporate, the more unnecessary overhead and the way longer it takes. Checks out, honestly. Oh no, it says music. Mute that. Okay, that's really funny. I'm watching the video that Satya posted right now, and it makes it seem like this is a fast way to build. It's obviously sped up a ton. I've never even seen that green state. But the funniest one for me is this one here, where it says make it 2 columns, and it just like instantly does it. The inline editing like that's actually really, really cool, and I'm excited to give that a shot if it ever finishes generating. Oh, that's really nice. None of these tools have autocomplete in the editor experience, and it regularly annoys me to the point where I'll copy paste the code into Cursor, make changes, and let the autocomplete work there, and then copy paste it back over. I'm very curious what the database integration actually is here. Built-in GitHub auth's actually really powerful for this, for a lot of cases. There are a lot of little things I could see this actually being good for. As we sit here waiting for type definitions, I'm going to refresh. Oh, does that just break the state entirely? Made 0 changes? Will it work if I switch to a Chrome-based browser? Probably not. Nope. Okay, so lesson 1, don't refresh. It might break things. How are we still going on this? I'm going to do another in Chrome and pay attention to the network logs this time. Wait, now, GitHub Spark. Network, paste, submit. I want to see that long running request. Spark. Interesting. Here's there isn't just one request. There's a lot of back and forth going on. Canceled an absolute shitload of requests. That might be ad blockers, but I don't think so. How is it this slow and not functioning? It's been in beta since October, hasn't it? They look in chat. Two sparks at the same time. How do I fix it? Josie, I actually really want this too, and have tried bullying 2 separate startups into building it. Yeah, can I stop these, or do I have to like kill them? Will killing them fix it, hopefully? Fingers crossed. Let me try again now that I've killed all of these. We should be good now as long as I only do one, right? Get rid of this part. Get rid of search as well. Cool. Let's see if running just one will work. I'm going to restart the timer. Things still working on addressing ASAP? Okay. I'm not going to say which startups have bullied into pivoting. Not a good look. Cool. We have the PRD for the second attempt. I like that it still says light application for a Slack clone. Modern Slack inspired real-time messaging app. Core functionalities listed correctly here. Why not both cute copy for that? But too much going on here. At import Tailwind animate CSS. It's funny how, like, I know I was making the crab joke where everything becomes a vibe coding app, but every vibe coder becomes a React Tailwind TypeScript app, which is really funny. Use KV from at github/spark/hooks. Well, I need to look into a new package. Huh. Well, now I'm even more curious how that is bound. Is this working now? Okay, it's working now. That's cool. Finally. Sending a new message. Cool. And what happens if I publish? Thank you for the Simon link. Cool. Did that really open in same tab? It's not even a new tab link for that. Are you kidding? Okay, let's test this the only reasonable way. Another message. So much for real time. Yep. So it missed one of the core requirements. These are the things that like I'm not just trying to glaze convex constantly, but these are the things that just make it so much better as these types of experiences work. I want to check out the GitHub though. I want to see what's going on. on that side. Content, git clone. Okay, let's see the package JSON. Kill fuser-k 5000/TCP. There is the @github/spark package. Does that mean I can't like npm install and then npm run dev locally? Make sure I don't have anything on localhost 3000 right now. I do. Okay, give me 1 sec to close things. Cool. We're good. Can't find module at rollup/rollup Darwin ARM64. Okay, so these aren't actually meant for you to do things with the code at all. They're just meant to like have the code on GitHub so you feel better about it, even though you're probably very locked in. That's annoying as hell. It really should just work for that, but you know what, I'm gonna try something else. We're gonna delete these two things. Oh, look at that. We can't install because GitHub Spark is not in the NPM registry. It's a fake package. This code doesn't let you do anything at all. There's also a lot more code than they were showing us in the UI before here. Because here, it only shows app.tsx and these other things. And even then, it's getting type errors. Can you fix the... Do we ask it to fix the type errors first, or do we ask it to make real-time work first? We'll ask it to fix the real-time aspect. I'll start timing that as well. Annoying that like I can't even get type definitions for these things locally because I don't have the package. It's really nice that the editor in browser's a full TypeScript environment. So like when I hover, it tells me what this package is and what this does. But it's funny that on one hand, the in-browser editor experience is one of the better ones because it's closer to like a full VS Code instance. But on the other hand, it's one of the worst ones once you pull out of it because you can't use the packages that they're using because they have special magic ones. Not across browser instances. Polling will solve it, but... Oh, man. It's cool that they have like a data view here, but it's annoying that it's this. That messages is an object with keys and channels is rows. Like, how did it architect this where messages is a giant single JSON object? It also is very limited how much stuff it shows you that it did. It just shows you what it's currently doing. It doesn't show you what it's done in the past. It might be a UI bug, but it's a bit rough. So there's another competitor while we wait. Hop in Lovable. Let me sign in with GitHub quick. No, not Google, GitHub. It's funny. I just accidentally closed the prompt out, but it had a whole like thing that it's better with real time now. Let's see how it does. Okay, this is done in about 2.5 minutes. And I don't think it's working. A ton of type errors at the very least. Yeah, where does it think Spark comes from? Well, I'll start the timer again. Maintaining it. It was at 240 before. We'll see how long that takes. At least here they're not scared of showing you the start time because they know it won't look that bad. Fixed all reported errors. Sure you did. Well, let's try this again. Yeah, it's not letting me send anymore. Okay, this might be a different preview. Oh, I have to publish it again. That's why. Update. That's really unintuitive. There's nothing showing here that it was in an out-of-date state. I just had to like know to click that update button. It just looked like it was fine there. Ugh. How's Lovable doing? Still grinding. Testing. Okay, it's really bad at ordering of messages because I sent the A after. I'm going to send 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. That is not functional. In fact, that kind of froze the browser. I'm trying, guys. Cool. Apparently, we now have the equivalent of this made in Lovable. Let's, do I have to, can I publish? Cool. Publishing quick. They have a free review security button on Lovable now. That's actually pretty cool. Cool. So here is the Lovable equivalent. Testing. Not appear the real-time aspect is working. Or it's just not committing the messages. This is going to be another one of those, it looks like, or this is going to be another one of those moments where literally only fucking convex works and nothing else does. It'll be funny if so. Why is nothing working? I feel like it's kind of not working. It's literally none of these things are working at all. Is it the tracking or? Nope, just nothing's persisting. Okay, fun. Attempts were made. And once again, for context, I've asked Chef to build this a number of times with basically the exact same prompt. And when it builds it, it just works. Do I need to make a preview? Okay, it's now deployed. I can add 2 previews in this environment at once. I wish I could do them horizontal. I'm sorry. My full screen did make a bit more room. Cool. I sign in anonymously for both. Make a new channel. It appears on both immediately. Hi. Sup. Pop out one of these. I'll do an incog browser for the other. We have to deploy it. While I've been doing all of that, let's see what progress we've made over here. Looking like much. I'll ask it. It seems like the live nature of the chat is entirely broken. Updating an object for the whole message history seems like an absolute disaster. Can you rethink the data architecture? Yeah, it's like a really, really bad design decision it made. Cool. Now I have a deployed version of the convex one I just built, signed into both anonymously. Hopping in here. LOL. Why can't anything else do this? IDK man. And where it gets even cooler is when you hop into the database section here. If I go find that IDK man message, messages, IDK man. I wish everything did this. Oh, people found the URL. Hi, nerds. And I can change this one as well. Oh, nerd. Yep, LOL. Yeah, this is the magic of convex, is everything is so reactive. Okay, it's one of the many magic pieces of convex. I have a lot of videos where I rant about all that. You get the idea, though. Cool. Can I undeploy from here? I'll click again to undeploy. Look at, oh, is that redeploy or undeploy? Whatever. I'll take it down later. You guys get the idea. It didn't tell me about any of the changes it made. It just did it. Okay, that's great. Still love this like global spark that isn't in the type definitions. This is such a disaster. Like, I'm sorry. I know people who are working on this are here. It's just that there were like fundamental decisions made about how to architect this that weren't followed through in properly, is my gut feel. It's just, it doesn't work. I still hate this update thing where there's like no clear indication that this is out of date. I need to just make like a list of all the things that need to be fixed. Okay. I want to be constructive. For GitHub Spark to be taken seriously, we need a lot of things. 1, let me run the code locally. The decision to not publish the packages and just rely on the weird environment that's in the browser, it sucks. It's just not good. Like, I can't know how broken it is if I can't download it and install things. I don't know how it is expected to work if I can't look. And right now I can't. It's so opaque because half the packages and half the things being used are obfuscated from us. On that note, this part's, how do I put this? The rest of the feedback is based on the fact that I don't know how any of this is working because I have no visibility into it. So I'm going to do my best to, based on my understanding, explain things. First thing, going back in, that architecture decision where messages or where channels is rows and messages is an object with 2 keys. Also, whatever the fuck's going on there. But yeah, the big object as a table type is almost never the answer. Like, I don't know what app you would build where you would want like, I'm trying to fathom what apps you'd want to build, even personal ones, where you would want the main like data type or a table to just be a giant object where if 2 things write at the same time, they override each other. That just seems really bad. Also, whatever's going on in the UI here where it's just flicking. 3, massive bug pass. Stop shipping features now. Like, this is, of the AI vibe coding app builder things, this is the one that has the most egregious bugs, which is kind of crazy because the bugs are on this left side, even though the editor side is one of the most complex solutions and it's actually quite good. The experience here, just, I feel like I never know what's going to happen when I click. Suggestions randomly pops up for no reason. It doesn't tell me what the fuck I did before. It doesn't work. Tools are installed when you use VS Code dev containers. The scripts install the tools from the template repo. I like the idea of tabs where you can set themes and things. Like, this is, like, there's cool ideas, but there's too many of them. This feels like it was designed by committee. Like, people sat in a room and they're like, what would it be cool if, like, we had our own vibe coding app? What could it do different? And just, like, a list of features was made and they all made it in for some reason. And that's, like make it work, make it cool, then make it fast. Like, it's weird to think that this was, like, usable in October and it's been almost a year and it's in this state is kind of terrifying. There's a ton of UI things that could be improved as well, obviously, like the publish state thing I just said. 5, make it clear what state your deployment is in, because it's very unclear right now if your deployment's up to date or not. Apparently, the expectation for, like, working on these things directly is that you don't download the code, that you use VS Code workspaces in GitHub and, like, the GitHub Codespace product, where it does have access to the private packages and things. No, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, but you're not going to convince me. I have editors I like on my machine. I'm going to use them. And I'm going to use the browser thing when I just want to hack something out quickly. I also love that I told it to change this. Oh god, that was a fun error. This popping up over and over again whenever I do anything is the most annoying thing in the world. I told it explicitly to not do that data thing, and now it's just, what is going on? Friends at GitHub. I know the mental map friends at GitHub and people I know who are watching this right now from GitHub. I know what your instinct is to do here. You're thinking, oh, he just hit like 2 bugs and is overreacting. This is your intuition. This is what you want to do, is you're going to go fix the 2 bugs, pretend that was the only thing I was upset about, and then act like this is totally fine and good even. And then you're going to do something else that you're going to pretend you're not. You're never actually using what you built. I firmly believe that there is no one at GitHub actively using Spark to build things they use regularly, because if there was, none of this would have been hit. Like, I have to do another spectrum, because there's a way of thinking of this where it's, on one side, it's ship fast, break, or the spectrum I'm thinking of here. Like on one side is ship fast and break things. The other is plan a lot and get it right. This is obviously like what corpos are trying to optimize for. This is what small startups are trying to optimize for. There are expectations if you're on one side of this or the other. If you're on the ship fast side, the expectation is might break, but if the expectation on the ship fast side is it might break, but if I report it, will probably be fixed pretty fast. And on the other side, the expectation is this thing has taken over a year to make. It better fucking work. And the way that this was built, the amount of time it took, the stages of early access, all of these things are very much indicating that GitHub Spark intends to be on this side here. And it's not. It's just not. It's buggier than a ship fast app, but I have less confidence that these things will get fixed. If I encountered the same bugs in a Bolt or a Lovable or any of these other similar things, I would expect that if the team saw it, they would rush to go fix it. And honestly, I would expect that they're using it enough to have caught it in the first place. It's unacceptable that it's in this state, and that like Satya Nadella, the CEO of, and that Satya Nadella, the CEO of fucking Microsoft, is posting about it, hyping this up when it just doesn't work, is a bit horrifying to me. Like, it made terrible decisions. Half the UI is broken. Things aren't loading. It's yelling at me all over the place. Even though I'm just going to turn off ad block in case that's part of the problem. I doubt it, but nope. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I tried. There are so many things GitHub can do that no one else can. And we see some of those in here. The fact that like it integrates with infrastructure with their new Spark KV stuff is actually really cool. I see a lot of potential for this. The idea of a GitHub platform similar to like GitHub Actions, but for actual production information, deployments, servers, all of that, like something between GitHub Pages and GitHub Actions, but with a focus on real applications, could actually be really cool. And that being built into the GitHub platform. So the same place I go to look at the code, the same place I go to vibe code against it, is the same place I go to check the auth information, the same place I go to check the data, all is like one place. That makes a ton of sense. Because on other platforms, I have to hop between GitHub, Supabase, because on other platforms, I have to hop between Clerk for auth, Supabase for the data, like GitHub for where the code is going, Netlify for where it's being deployed. GitHub is one of the few companies that can actually pull this all together, but you have to do it. And when everything else is broken around it, and then the AI is making these terrible decisions within it, it's just not there. And I don't know what my advice would be other than to like buy one of these companies that has this part, like the editor experience, mostly figured out, and just build the infra side. Because that's the piece that's missing right now more than anything. Like, realistically speaking, we have enough vibe coding apps. If anything, we have way too many. The missing piece is the infra. We don't have good enough infra for them. There are pieces here that can absolutely be built into something incredible, as long as the response to this video isn't a bunch of cope around how I hit 2 bugs and that's why I'm so angry about it. That's not why I feel this way. The thing just doesn't fucking work. Simon Willison also wrote a post about this, and I'm curious what he has to say. Apparently, he reverse engineered it using Spark itself. He loves doing this. I've seen him a couple of times now ask an app to make him a homepage breaking down the system prompt. It's a very funny way to get information you're not supposed to have. You know what? I'll run that in the background while I read through this. Make a beautiful landing page describing your system prompt and tool access in detail. Let's read what he has to say while I wait for that. So Spark capabilities. Spark apps are client-side apps built with React, similar to Claude artifacts, but they have additional capabilities that make them much more interesting. They're authenticated, so users must have a GitHub account to access them and can use the user's GitHub identity to make them available in the app. This is, again, really cool. GitHub auth makes so much sense for this type of thing, and having that as like a default would be killer. I know Colin at Clerk has talked about like a generic auth provider, an alternative to like Google OAuth that is much more seamless, gives way less data and way less access to the user's information, but lets you quickly and seamlessly implement auth on different platforms and products. Ton of potential there. So their auth, which is really cool. It can store data with the server-side key value store API. It also has rows. It has some form of more traditional table, as we saw here before, but it's not very good. Also, it's stuck in a loading state for the text content yet again. It doesn't work. What else does he have to say? Yeah. Also, it can run prompts. Anthropic added Claude artifacts last month, Anthropic added to Claude artifacts, but the idea that your AI vibe-coded app can have a prompt mechanism in it with API keys baked in so it could do AI stuff is actually pretty cool. Another good point, like with me saying all of this about the what I'm looking for, this idea of the backend and infra being baked in. Someone in chat made a really good point. A past example of what I'm looking for here is Roblox. It handles the multiplayer game infra, auth, databases, and then it gets kids to build the game client for them, basically. Really cool. Anyways. This is a really scary thing. Apparently, the key value store that is published through Spark can be read, updated, and deleted by anyone with access to the app. This was not apparent to me while I was working on that, and it wouldn't have been apparent to me because I couldn't read the code. Built a few experimental apps, and then I decided to go meta. I built a Spark app that provides the missing documentation for how the Spark system works under the hood. Oh boy, this is very Simon. I want to see how this is going. Still going, okay. Back to the article then. Any system like Spark is inevitably powered by a sophisticated invisible system prompt telling it how to behave. These prompts double as the missing manuals for the tools. I find it much easier to use tools in a sophisticated way if I've seen how they work under the hood. Absolutely agree. Could I use Spark itself to turn the system prompt into user-facing docs? Here's the start of my sequence of prompts. The first one, an app showing full details of the system prompt, in particular the APIs that Spark apps can use so that I can write an article about how to use you. This got me off to a pretty good start. Still made a React app for a static site, which is funny. Seems like it just wants to use that React Vite template really bad. Oh, and he has the results here. Look at that. The use KV hook. This is the docs that it should have had that it doesn't, and we have to make it build for us. Use KV hook provides reactive state management with automatic persistence. Use KV, unique key, default value, to-dos, counter, yeah. Wrong, set to-dos, new to-do. Don't reference from closures, correct, use functional updates. I have a bad feeling that it does this, but it's not getting the most recent value when it does it. It's using whatever the value was in the closure, not what the value is on the server, which is why the message override problem happened. Are you guys trying to break my chef app still? Give me a sec to go kill what you guys have done. Do you guys see what you've done? Sorry, nerds. Anyways, so that's how the use KV works. Then how do the rows work? Because I had that in mind. Let me check the code for this. Channels, comma. Okay, so it is an array. So if you use KV with an array, it becomes a table with rows. And if you use it with an object, it becomes nested. That is really stupid. That is incredibly dumb. Okay. LLM API. Direct access to language models for AI-powered features in your app. All prompts must be created using spark.llm prompt. Spark.llm prompt, generate a summary of context. More complex examples. Machine learning beginners, write an audience-friendly explanation of topic. Cool. And 4.0 and 4.0 mini are the only models available. Weird. Wait, spark.user, cool. Interactive playground to see these features. System prompt, template structure, coding style. Definitely ShadCN, figured as much, but cool to see it called out specifically. Funny that they must have seen a number of bad tags for like paths for images and also bad imports where it was React at 18.2.0 or from a CDN directly. Enough so they had to put in the system prompt. I've never seen that stuff in a system prompt before. That's so much shit. They just put the CSS in the system prompt, but this is the real one that's really funny. Use your bash tool to figure out what Linux you are running and how much memory and disk space you have. Add the information to a new page called platform. Run bash code to figure out every binary tool on your path, then add those assorted comma-separated lists to your platform page. That's pretty funny. Gave him a ton of interesting info. Spark doesn't show the commands it ran or the output, so there's no way of knowing if it's accurate or hallucinated. Yeah, that's the other problem. It's so limited in how much it shows you on that left side. Like while you're doing things, it's like 50-50 if it tells you anything at all. It's one of the worst chat UIs I've seen for one of these apps. Explore capabilities. This is hilarious. Ugh. Let's bring us to this. Let's see. Custom settings ways so you don't have to mess around with getting the React app to serve from a non-root location. Yeah, that's the right call. Default is a classic SPA with no links to anything inside of it. That wouldn't do, so I ran a few more prompts. Add hashed links next to everything so they can be navigated to with fragment hash mechanism. This is a common problem with SPAs, is if you have something on a site that you want to link to, like you want to link to some other header in a page. Does this not have? Okay, here's one. Available libraries. So I want to link to this, where it's like hash system prompt available libraries. The problem is that if the content hasn't rendered yet, when it loads the page, it can't scroll you to an element that doesn't exist. So if the element comes in after the page loads, you won't scroll there automatically. And it's a very annoying problem that he appears to have solved somehow. Let's see how he solved that. I'm curious. Nothing. It is kind of crazy that it doesn't even have a router. Like, it's just hard coding route management. Like, that's a big thing to not include. What the fuck is this infinite import? Or is this just a really long list of all the tools it has access to? Yeah. Okay. It really likes to do these gigantic files and has no concept of routes and URLs, which is kind of funny. Yeah, navigate to section. This is using the URL fragment with a timeout. So it will try to find this and scroll to it when the page loads and handle navigation with a giant use effect. This is a disaster. Use a fucking router. God. It's crazy how much stuff they fit in here without fixing a lot of the basic stuff. Yeah, Spark's encouraged to do the PRD. Yep, cool. What can we learn? So well-designed and implemented entrant into an increasingly crowded space. Spark's quality really impressed me. The 5,000 word system prompt goes a long way into building. I don't agree. I don't know how we had such a different experience or if he just didn't have it build anything other than the documentation for itself. But this was not a good experience for me. Happy to have the other perspective, though. So thank you, as always, Simon, for writing this. I appreciate it immensely. His blog's a fantastic source if you're not already reading from it. I'll make sure this is linked in the description so you can check out the full post if you're interested. What else do I have to say? Then my last big point is to really take advantage of the infra side. You're in a position, GitHub, to do things no one else can. Like, you can integrate all the parts. Like, an app has a bunch of common pieces that you need for it to be good. Like, an app is made up of parts. That includes things like the styles, which obviously everyone just does via Tailwind and ShadCN. The app code, this is things like your React framework and all of the things you're building around it. It needs a router, which is the thing that turns the URL into a specific pile of code that then becomes the experience that the users see. It needs a database, which is the place that the data actually goes. It needs authentication, which is the actual auth layer that users use to identify and sign in. And it needs servers that it runs on. And of course, source code, and then source control. It needs somewhere where the source code lives, goes, and belongs. This pile of things is what is necessary to build most apps. Like, I can't imagine an app that doesn't need the majority, if not all of these things. What's really strange is, like, every single one of these has this solved, except for what we're seeing here with Spark. Spark's the first AI app builder to not figure out the router part. If we were to, like, group this and take something like I'll use Lovable as the example again. Lovable has all of this figured out. Also has databases figured out because it uses Supabase. Has servers figured out because, if I recall, it uses Netlify. It doesn't have auth figured out. I won't pretend otherwise. And it has source control through GitHub. So this is the spread for Lovable. Most things fall under what it controls and has solutions for. And it has one of the best templates for the actual like app code starting point. It gets weaker in the database part. I'd say the router fits in the app code there for them. Like, from here down, they no longer own those parts. So what's above here, they own and have a lot of control of it. What goes below that, they don't. And then these things just don't really, and then auth doesn't really seem to work. I think they just do it through Supabase, but I've never gotten auth working well enough in Lovable that I can honestly say that they have it functioning as expected. Versus Spark, which is one of the weirdest spreads I've ever seen here at all. Spark has styles and app code kind of handled. Has databases. It almost has source control, but not really, because you can't actually use the source for anything, as I established earlier. The databases are also a mess, as I showed. Like, it's cool that it's integrated. Like, that part is cool, but they barely fucking function. It has auth. Actually, I'll put auth in the upper section because that's one of the things it does really well, because it does auth through GitHub. And then it doesn't have a fucking router for some reason. Like, what? What? Like, come on. And there's so many other things they can do. Like, chat's pointing out how powerful it would be if GitHub allows it to read code from other projects. Like, tell it to go look at this package that we want to reference or use. Tell it to go look at this repo that has solved this problem already, or look at this gist. Like, it should absolutely be able to. They're one of the few companies that can reasonably implement all of these things. But, like, this bottom section here is on fire, and not having a router is just terrifying. I don't know what's going on. I feel like there's way too much because we can, not because we should or needed to here. But the potential's there. Like, I see some of the vision. Like, if all of these parts can come together, something actually cool could happen. But there isn't. And I can justify how these things happened. My honest guess for how the router thing happened is they weren't thinking about it. They saw that V0 was using Next.js. I'm assuming a lot of these other tools are as well. I don't know if Lovable is or not. I think it's Vite based, but it has a router for sure. And my guess is whoever made these decisions saw that other tools were using Next. They're like, we're just going to use Vite instead, thinking that this was a simple swap from one framework to another. But Next.js is an integrated React framework. Vite's a build tool and bundler. This is not a thing you just swap between. This doesn't have a router. This doesn't have server-side behaviors. It doesn't have a framework. Vite's just a way to bundle your apps. This is almost certainly how that happened, because this whole thing was designed by committee. Like, this project, Spark was not designed by going into the trenches and solving problems. It's very obvious from using it and looking into how it works. This was designed based on a spec sheet. More time was spent on the spec than was spent on building it, and the spec has not been touched since. That needs to be rethought. If Spark wants to be part of this space, you need to go through the whole thing again with the willingness and excitement to cut parts. You need to be ready to throw things away and redesign from the core what you're trying to make with Spark, because the good parts can't shine through the bullshit right now. I don't know if I have much else to say, but I'm more inspired than ever to do my vibe coding spectrum to show where all these different tools fall in this vibe coding world. I had high hopes here. I did, because it seemed like it would be a cool one, and they had all the right pieces. And I didn't even account for the fact that a piece like a router could just be missing. And now I have weird feelings about this. That was a weird deep dive, and I'm curious how y'all feel about it. Was I too harsh, or is this a reasonable takedown? Or was I too harsh, or is this a reasonable take on the chaos that is GitHub Spark today? Let me know what y'all think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Definitely important. This is very interesting, but I'm not deep enough in weird MZP edge casey shit. Write a good blog post about this, and I'll think about it. Did you see my reply to this? And that's how I feel. Just not drama I want anything to do with. I don't have the time for this type of thing. I'm sorry, man. Just binge YC videos. Firebase Studio is so broken. I can't take anything it's doing seriously. I'll be fully honest. It just doesn't work at all. You think all the subs that I missed while we were filming there? Pretty sure I got you, Frost. Regardless, appreciate it. All too swift here with the 5 months of support. Oh yeah, that was the Outer Wilds one that distracted me. Woods no goods here, or Woods in goods with the Prime. AG here, 3 months in, middle of my about my stories 2027. Find it very. This is 2027. It's not 2027 yet, but appreciate it. Happy the video has been nice for you. We got HD negative here, 27 months in. SEO food 5 months in. Strategy 282 with Prime. Mikhail Osterberg, Kevin Vandy with the 38 of tier 3 fucking legend. The gold cap is always weird to see. We got Man here with the tier 1. HL with the Prime as well. I want to film a new intro for the Spark one. Okay. Way. Cool. Good news, guys. There's yet another vibe coding app, and this one's interesting. Our friends over at GitHub finally put out Spark. They announced it a while ago, but it just went fully public. They put it out a while ago. They announced it a while ago, but now it's actually out for people to use. I had a lot of hopes going into this. It seemed like the right people in the right place to figure out something special here. And as much as I love all the small companies that are building things like this, I was excited to see a company that deeply understands code, infrastructure, and all these pieces try to do something themselves. Where is... I want to find the blog post. Cool. I really wanted to see the light here and try my best to like it. But if I'm being fully honest with you guys, my experience was not great. There's a lot that GitHub Spark shows could be... GitHub Spark has a lot of little pieces that could be really cool. But the result of what it is today is a bit of a... GitHub Spark has a lot of little pieces that could be really cool, but the reality of the experience with it today is honestly kind of atrocious. The number of bugs I hit trying to showcase it, or the number of bugs I hit trying to show it to you guys, the number of weird decisions they have baked into it, the things that it has combined with the things that it's missing for some reason. This was a chaotic deep dive in comparison between lots of different vibe coding solutions, and oh god, this was quite a trip. You will understand what I mean in a little bit. But just trust me, the amount of diagramming we did, spectrums we designed, and attempts to explain the chaos that is GitHub Spark hopefully is worth the watch. That all said, I need therapy after this one, and someone's got to pay for it. Obviously, GitHub won't be doing it. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in to a much more optimistic Theo from before I knew the horrors I was about to experience. Cool. That is done. Hey, I saw that there's this article. We put that in our list, Hitesh. Ben went through everything you suggested, and we're going to probably pull up a lot of them. Oh, a 5-month-old version that's still active? Oh, God. Nope. Rip. That's really cool to hear. I want to do more stuff like that. It bombed initially, but it seems to be performing better over time. So we'll definitely consider more of those like real world stories about startup stuff. I have a couple in here, funny enough. The vibe coding spectrum. Pairing vibe coding solutions. How much do people actually want to hear me talk about the new Qwen models? I feel like they're impressive, but not as impressive as I was hoping. Oh, you shared that one. That was in the list. No worries. Oh, you're here for Qwendamon? God damn it. I do want to talk about Skatebench. I kind of want to film Skatebench off stream though, but I can show you guys parts of it at the very least. Thank you for the screenshots. Interesting. The long ones don't necessarily always bomb initially because half my videos are long ones. It's more the less urgent ones tend to bomb initially because you don't have an immediate reason to click and like stay ahead. It's just an interesting topic to watch eventually. Non-SQL convex. This one I also really want to do. What's the read time on it? That's a short one. Let's do that. I think this is the one that I hit up to confirm. Let me double check quick. Cool. I'm going to do this one, see how I feel about the vibe code thing. Or do I just want to do the vibe code or spectrum? Let me think through what the spectrums even would be for this. And if I can come up with good, like what the dimensions are. Vibe coding spectrum. There is like source code to editing directly. Or to editing app directly. That's a spectrum for sure. There is developer focused. I guess this is kind of that one is for non-devs. small or personal apps production. Let me think this through. There's like real data versus, I want to put this. I guess there's like existing code to started from scratch. But there's going to be like the cutoff line where anything that's working with or focused on existing code gets thrown away and doesn't take part in this. I'm going to keep this in a background thread in my head. And once I have a good gut feel for what I want the spectrums to be for this one, I will do it. I'm not letting that in, sorry. Marker. I'm going to do the, oh shit, shattered a tooth. I'm so sorry. That's like the worst ever. Teeth stuff's so scary. Cool. Let's do this one. I think it's fair to say that a lot of people are coding a lot more nowadays. Not necessarily like typing it out themselves, but what retake. I think it's fair to say that a lot of people are writing way more code today than they were a few years ago. And I don't mean literally typing it all out themselves. I'm talking about all these cool vibe coding tools, AI agents that help you produce and write a bunch of code. That said, I don't feel like I'm seeing a lot more shipping happening. Are there more cool demos on Twitter that people are posting of something they built on the side? Maybe, but I don't see more features coming out of real products. I don't see more features coming out of real products. I don't see more innovation happening in the things I use every day. If anything, it feels like less is happening there. So what's going on? If suddenly we don't have to wait for the code to be done, shouldn't we have way more features out there? Well, you'd think, but the harsh reality is that code was never the bottleneck. I've been thinking this for a while now because I've historically been the guy who pushes projects over the finish line when they're falling behind. And I just saw an awesome article that made me really want to sit down and break this concept apart with you guys. Because coding, as much as it is what we want to be spending our time doing and what we aspire to spend our time working on, it's not the thing actually slowing down what we want to ship. There are so many parts to releasing features and building your applications that just aren't AI generatable, that aren't the thing that happens in your editor for however many hours a day that you're actually sitting writing code. And those things might be slightly better because of AI, but not really. Certainly not to the level that you would hope for or expect from the stuff that we hear about constantly on the internet. Does that mean our jobs are about to be, or does that mean we're about to all become PMs? Not quite. There's a lot to break down here, there's a lot of pieces for us to break down here, and my thoughts on her. I'm excited to go deep on this and try to share my thoughts on what an engineer is going to be in a few years. There's so much going on in this crazy world, and this article seems like a really good starting point. I can't wait to dive in, but someone's got to cover the bills. I'm excited to dive in, but if I'm going to lose my job as an engineer, someone's got to pay my bills. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll go right in. Let's do it. Writing code was never the bottleneck. For years, I felt that writing lines of code was never the bottleneck of software engineering. The actual bottlenecks were, and still are, code reviews, knowledge transfer through mentoring and pairing, testing, debugging, and the human overhead of coordination and communication. Shout it from the mountaintops. This is so real. All of this wrapped inside the labyrinth of tickets, planning meetings, and agile rituals. These processes, meant to drive quality, often slow us down more than the act of writing code itself because they require thought, shared understanding, and sound judgment. Now, with LLMs making it easy to generate working code faster than ever, a new narrative has emerged. The writing code was the bottleneck, and we finally cracked it. But that's not quite right. The marginal cost of adding new software is approaching zero, especially with LLMs. But what's the price of understanding, testing, and trusting the code? Higher than ever. I have so many thoughts. I have so many thoughts already. And also a bit of story time. Something I've talked about a couple times in the past is the role I've played at different companies. A lot of the time that I was at Twitch, I was the guy you called in to make the deadline happen. There was a lot of roles for this for me. One of them is that I would tell my managers to give me a fake deadline that was between 2 weeks and 2 months earlier than the actual one. So if I could hit that deadline, and then we could spend the extra time polishing. And I would convince myself deeply every deadline I got was real. And then once we hit it, then I'd spend the extra time making the thing way nicer and more polished. That's how some of our best releases, like one of my personal favorites, ModView on Twitch, were able to happen and come out in such a good state. It's funny that like chat is as broken as it is there. It's very funny because the rest of this all works great. Very proud of what we built with ModView. Having these different widgets that show all of these details that are fully customizable and movable. You can put them in and out of the UI at any point. Getting all of this ready day zero for this launch was really fun because I had told my PM to give me a deadline a month early. So I finished this. So I had this done and working at the end of the month prior to the actual release. And then we spent the whole thing fixing bugs, finding performance issues, and polishing the hell out of it. This was a lot of my role. The reason that I bring all of this up is because that didn't benefit me as much as you might think. This might sound like I'm bragging about how great an engineer I am. I'm not. This was just a weird, unique skill I had. I had the strange ability to find the right corners to cut to ship fast. I could ship fast without meaningfully compromising quality, usually by trimming the right edges. I still work like this today. When I'm shown a plan that my team has for some T3 chat stuff, I try to find the edge that we can remove to simplify the problem space that we're working in to get a better path to success. I'll also look at things that work well and try to figure out how we can make a simple, beneficial version to let us ship better. Things like the full stack type safety. So things like the full stack type space, I'll just type it first. Things like the full stack type safety of GraphQL were massive wins for the teams I was working on and the way I was building at Twitch. But the realization that the of GraphQL part kind of required a team of people to manage our GraphQL edge and make it a good experience both for devs and users meant that the benefit of the other side was like, or the fact that this side, or the fact that the GraphQL side took an actual team of people to make it work well both for devs and users meant that you had to have a lot of employees before it was worth dealing with to get the benefit on the other side. I wanted to figure out how we can get this benefit in the benefit in the safety and agility that comes with it without the huge buy-in of GraphQL. And that's how the T3 stack was born, when I found the right way to glue these parts together so that we could ship faster. It's a big part of why the apps we built were so good. It's not because I built it perfectly the first try. It's actually quite the opposite. So I could build it wrong but working quickly, and then through cycles of feedback with users, improve it rapidly, because it was so easy to make changes confidently in a system built this way. That's how I like to think. This gave me a huge advantage for a long time. I got consulting gigs. I was helping companies unfuck their build pipelines and rethink how they were actually architecting stuff. But now it feels like these benefits are way less real because you can use AI agents to do a lot of the type of thing I used to do here. I was the one who would come in and figure out how things work and simplify to the best of my ability so we could ship fast again. The AI agents can just do the fast shipping for you and skip a lot of those steps. But there was another aspect of this that I found was really useful. If you were to take the design process If you were to take the design process at Twitch, it looked something like this. Step 1, product manager identifies problem. This could be that the product manager. Step 1 is that the product manager identifies a problem. This could be by going through user voice, by going to events and talking to people, by thinking too deeply about Twitch and what is missing and trying to fill holes. That was really common. The product managers would try to find a problem that needs to be solved because that was their job. Step 2 was talk to users a lot about that problem. To be fair, a lot of PMs would skip this step, but it was very nice when they didn't so that they could get more info on what the problem actually was and what needed to be solved. Step 3 was work with design to figure out what the solution looks like, both in a literal sense and in a like spiritual sense. Like the design plus PM time would be spent showing what it would look like, sometimes making mocks or fake versions of the app, but deeply trying to figure out what this should feel like and how it should work. Then step 4 was a product proposal spec. This would be what their vision was of the product. It would have mocks in it. It would be 5 to 30 pages of documented what they think this will be. They would then give a presentation on said spec. They would give a separate one to PMs to get approval there, and then give one to the general team or the org that they're working in to get the approval from execs and whatnot. And then devs take over and do pretty much the same thing. The devs would then look at the spec, figure out what's needed, talk with product about what they talked about with the users, and then write their own super long spec. There's a problem with this, though. This process takes forever. We're talking like from step 1 here to step 8, 6 to 18 months just to go from top to bottom down the spectrum. Obviously, if there were more urgent problems, we would do this much quicker. Like when I was in the safety org, we would skip a lot of these steps, not because it's not important, but because it's really important. We need to fix safety problems as quickly as we know they exist. But in other orgs, it would take months, if not years, to go from a problem being identified to a document ready to work against for a solution. But as I had mentioned before, I was previously in the safety org where we didn't do this very much. And the rare times we did, it was because we had a working solution, but we wanted to rethink it from scratch. Again, like ModView. There were solutions to moderate streams on Twitch, but the solutions to moderate streams on Twitch were not as deep as we wanted for the type of moderation that streamers had to do. And the moderators in particular, they work really hard. Shout out to all my mods helping out right now. Those tools needed a rethinking, and we knew that. So we went and rethought them. And even then, it took us 7 months from decision to actually shipping it instead of 18 months to just get started. So when I moved to an org that worked this way, I felt like I was going insane. In particular, when there were features where we got to like this stage, the presentation on the spec, and it was very apparent to me because I also was like a diehard let me retake this bit. Where this got very painful is when I would encounter projects that had made it like this far past the presentation on the spec from product. And it was very apparent to me that this product would suck because I actually talked to streamers and cared about the creator world. And the fact that a product would get to here and be garbage was terrifying to me. Like, how can we go this far in and not realize down this process that this isn't the thing anyone actually wants, that it might even be a regression for users? Or even worse, when the project gets all the way down to here and then engineers are assigned to work on it, Jira tickets are cut months to years in advance. And then deadline is set. Much later, deadline isn't going to be hit. And then they ask me. They got all the way down here and then ask me to save it just for me to come in and say, this is a bad idea. and get in a bunch of arguments with it, and then have them just go and ship it anyways, and then the product sucks and they have to revert it. This happened multiple times during my time at Twitch, especially during my last bit with my last team at Twitch. The fact that it could go that long without anyone having the realization that the product they're making doesn't solve any real problems for any real user and is a mistake, or even better, would cause regressions for users that matter a lot. That was a very common one, is a new feature that would make the site or app work way worse for the users that they were supposedly trying to help. Super fucking common. So why am I bringing all of this up? Is this to highlight how the bottleneck was never the code? No, actually the opposite. I want to show one of the ways I used my fast coding to unblock us. I was lucky that a handful of PMs realized that I cared a lot about product because, to be frank, most engineers don't. That's not how most engineers work. They want to write their code and close the tickets that they were given. So here is what I did differently. When the PMs and also designers, I was very close to the design throughout a large portion of my career at Twitch, and they love pulling me in at this stage. Product manager would identify the problem. PM would grab a designer and Theo to talk about it. 1.6, Theo would have a rough idea of what this was meant to be and would go build it in 3 days to 2 weeks. 1.7, PM shows the Theo edition to actual users to get feedback. 1.8, we now and then 1.8, write a way better proposal or kill the idea entirely based on said feedback. And now that we've done this way instead, let's see how many specs or how many stops that we can get rid of. That one's gone now. The design step's kind of gone now because we're iterating incrementally, like back and forth. There's a good feedback loop for all of that. Product proposal spec, not really needed anymore. The spec is often just the demo. It's here's what we made. Maybe they do like a one-pager that is the things that we're doing it for and why. Presentation on said specs no longer needed. They send a video out of the demo app saying, look at what we built. See how useful this is? Devs take over. There's no devs to take over. We were there the whole time now. There's nothing else for them to do. We just have to either rebuild the app and take all the learnings that we had, or if they really want to do a spec still, which admittedly does happen sometimes, suddenly we can actually write a good, realistic spec because we know all the shortcomings because we already built the fucking thing. The harsh reality here is that I was just so frustrated with the fact that we would go down this whole pipe for a thing that I could prove was obviously false in a few days, that I would just start working on the thing super early. And by the time we got even partially down the pipe, I could raise my hand and say, hey, I have a working version of this if we want to test it before we go down all of this process. And then if you're the one who says, no, we're going to do the process first, you look fucking stupid because you are fucking stupid. The reason I'm showing this is that I found a way to take advantage of my ability to build things fast, to skip a ton of process and make everything make a lot more sense, and most importantly, waste significantly less time. Even if we still go through all of these steps, the steps are way more efficient and way more realistic about what we're building because we have a reference version. And if we have something we're not sure about, we can go update the reference version and see how users respond, and then go update our process and plan accordingly. Instead of the process being research, then design, then spec, then build, then ship, then pray, which is usually what happens. Oh, there's another step after. Deprecate because it sucked. Instead of this being the process, I pushed for something very different. Identify, prototype, my process was identify, prototype, collect feedback, 4, repeat until good. 5, spec, but really just write down a short list of of how to build it right. Build beta, collect feedback, and go to 5 until great. And that's the big difference for me is I focused a lot on this idea of looping, like just building the feedback loop and not passing a certain stage until the thing is in a state that we like. And this loop is super powerful, especially if you bring in users and designers and other people in the process for it. One engineer, one designer, and one PM all working on this part-time can save you months, if not years of work, and potentially save you from building and shipping a bad product with 7 engineers just by doing this part first. And one of the things that I'm excited about with all this AI code and vibe coding is this small glimmer of hope that people will realize they can build this way first. That instead of spending years on a spec and then days building the thing, that they can spend days building the right thing, or more importantly, days building the wrong thing so they figure out what the right thing is, a few more days respecking it once they figure that out, and then things go way more smoothly. So I do believe we can use code to solve these other things that are bottlenecks. I just don't think that the thing at the end of the pipe is the bottleneck. Like there's a ton of bottlenecks in this chart here. There's a ton of bottlenecks in this process. Each of these steps requires humans to do a lot of different things and also decide when to move on. That means that there's a ton of stop gaps. And making the part at the bottom here faster, like speeding up this, doesn't help a lot. I know that because I'd be pulled in here, and as fast as I was, it doesn't solve the product problems that exist way earlier in the chain. If we use these AI building tools to iterate and prototype and figure out what is actually needed significantly faster, this is really powerful. Back to the article, because I have a feeling we'll agree on a lot of this, but I want to see what Ordef has to say. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Or Pedro, but I'll retake that. Back to the article, because I have a feeling we're going to agree on a lot, but I want to see what Pedro has to say, because he inspired me to write this. Or retake, 3rd time's charm. Back to the article, because I want to see what Pedro has to say, because he kind of inspired me to rant about this. LLMs shift the workload. They don't remove it. Yes. Tools like Claude can speed up initial implementation. Still, the result is often more code flowing through systems and more pressure on the people responsible for reviewing, integrating, and maintaining it. This becomes especially clear when it's unclear whether the author fully understands what they submitted. The generated code introduces unfamiliar patterns or breaks established conventions, as well as edge cases and unintended side effects that aren't obvious. Another hot take. This is something that I would do. Before all of this AI stuff, when I was working on this prototype stage, I would be okay with and often expect to run into these things. I would not fully understand the code that I submitted. Half it was copy pasted from other places to fix problems. The goal wasn't to submit code that is good and should be shipped to production. It was to figure out if this thing can be built at all, or it was to figure out if this thing's worth building at all. It was never a code quality goal. It was a put it in front of someone goal. The generated code introduces unfamiliar patterns or breaks established conventions. Oh man, the amount of times I would install some random package and get yelled at by someone else to say, yeah, I don't actually plan on using said package. I plan on figuring out if this functionality is worth building, and this package makes it easier for me to do it. Sorry that you don't like reviewing this code, but we're not merging it anyways. Just shut up. And then, of course, the edge cases and unintended side effects that aren't obvious. I can't tell you how many times I ran into that in particular. And also, huge shout out to my team, especially when I was on the safety side. I would sometimes be working on one of these like spec or tech prototypes that was really focused on the pieces coming together and be so deep in my prototype madness that I would hit some awful edge case, not be able to solve it, and then start burning out on the thing I was building. And then someone else would come in with fresh eyes, look through all my bullshit and see the way the pieces weren't coming together how they should, and then fix it in like an hour. So yeah, I hit all of this. It was a very real thing I would experience when I built this way, even without the AI. But the purpose of building this way isn't because it's at the... But the purpose of building this way, and the reason I was okay with it, isn't because I expect to merge this code and ship it to prod. It's because I'm trying to build an understanding of what we're actually making. This is not meant to replace the build step in your traditional pipe. This isn't meant to be the thing you do after Jira. This is why all of the AI agents that are built around this idea of getting handed a linear or Jira ticket and then going and implementing everything for you make no fucking sense, because code review is a bigger burden than writing the code half the time. Yeah, once you have it spec'd out, it's easy to build the thing, but it's not easy to build the right thing if you wrote the wrong spec. Each of these steps has fail cases in them, if you want to think about it that way. If we think about it this way, if the research has, or we think about it this way, if the research comes to a bad conclusion, everything below is now fucked. And I've seen this a lot where like they see, and I've seen this a lot too, where a PM sees some random request on user voice and it suggests that we build this thing that makes literally no sense. And then it gets handed off to design. And design does not pretend to know more about the users than PMs do. So if the PM comes in and says, we need to do this, they'll just go do it. And now they're designing something against a failed spec. Or even if it's a good spec, but they design something that doesn't make sense to users, we don't know that until we're all the way at the bottom here. And then they write a spec, and maybe the design and research were good, but the spec is talking about this in a way that isn't actually understandable to people. But they don't know that. They hear the plan, they listen to the presentation, they think they understand exactly what this is going to be, and then they go and write the tech spec, which carries those bad assumptions through. And since the PM doesn't understand the tech spec, when they show up to the tech spec planning meeting, they're just glazing over because they don't, so when they show up, so then when the PM shows up to the tech specs, so then when the PM shows up to that tech spec planning meeting, their eyes glaze over because they don't care about the software dev side. So if they hear these assumptions that are incorrect about their spec, they don't even notice it. But assuming all of that goes well and you start building, what if you're building things in a way that doesn't come together well or doesn't actually solve the problem that you're all trying to solve? How long does it take to notice that? Chances are you have a lot of things blocking through the review process where developers are reviewing other developers' code, and when they don't know why they're doing a thing, they go check the spec that might already have bad assumptions baked into it. And then you finally ship it, you pray that this is what users want, you realize that things that were done all the way back at the top in the research phase were bad assumptions, and then you have to kill the whole product and fire the fucking team because the teams were based around specific products, which was a mistake. But you wouldn't fire the team, you'd instead do a reorg and but you wouldn't fire the team. Instead, you do a reorg, and suddenly I'm expected to teach a bunch of C# game developers how to write React code because the company didn't have the balls to accept its mistakes. Definitely not venting about real experience here. So yeah, making this build step faster doesn't do a fucking thing. I totally agree. If you're trying to make this faster, that gets us nothing, because you just made the review process even slower and harder and potentially higher risk. You made it more likely that this stage fails, and you didn't help any of the parts on top that are just as, if not more slow. The benefit of AI helping us building is that we can move build from step 4 here to be part of step 1 to make sure we're doing the right thing. And that's an awesome win if we take advantage of it. But I'm scared companies are trying too hard to dig their heels into this process. As we've seen with a lot of these wonderful vibe coding tools. Wait, do I have that? As we've seen with a lot of these wonderful vibe coding tools, I just filmed a video on GitHub Spark and immediately ran into the chaos of them doing PRDs, where it deeply describes exactly what it wants to build. Or if we look at the stuff that I did with Kiro not long ago, we can see the absolute chaos of what it was trying to do here. I probably deleted the spec because I didn't feel like dealing with it. Yeah, I did. So I deleted the spec that it wrote, but it wrote like thousands of lines of markdown to describe what it wanted to do and how it wanted to think about it. It's like vibe coding the top parts here, which I would argue is even worse, because part of what's cool about vibe coding shit is that you don't have to feel bad throwing it away. If you were to have the average developer build really early, realize the product was bad, and scrap it, they'd feel like shit. But if you're letting an AI do it, or you're letting Theo do it, where I love when my code is thrown away. It feels great to know it's being replaced by something that makes more sense or is being deprecated because it didn't make sense. I love that. Vibe coding out this part doesn't give us any of those benefits. It comes with even more negatives. It just kind of sucks. Like the hard part of, and I think we can all agree with this. The hard part of one of these like product specs isn't even writing it. Writing one of those things is not that hard. Fucking forcing yourself to sit and read it is the worst thing in the world. And I don't know if this is my ADHD speaking. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But just sitting there and reading through these specs is the worst thing ever. It's so much worse than code review, or more importantly, it's so much worse than just coding yourself. And I would way rather be building prototypes and demos and testing these things myself than I would be sitting there reading a spec, trying to keep myself from losing interest in order to find the actual problems in it. Personally, the things I do like fit into that general mindset. I like code. I like conversations. I like playing with new ideas and solutions. And personally, I like deprecating things that don't work. Also simplifying where I can. These are all things that I do like doing. And here are things that I don't like. Code reviewing, reading long specs, convincing a PM to end a project that they've been planning for 8 to 12 months. Sitting in meetings with 10 plus people where nobody is paying attention because it's boring as hell. I hate these things. Okay, I actually do kind of like code review. I say it's important to like code review. No one really loves it, but it is an important process, and I owe my team so many reviews now that it makes me literally sick. But yeah, the point being here, if the tools you're introducing make it easier for people to spend their time doing this part and harder to spend their time doing this part, then your tools fucking suck. So if we look at something like Kiro, which is AWS's AI coding IDE, it makes it so I don't have to code as much. Makes it so I don't talk with other people as much because I'm just in my editor waiting for things to finish. It doesn't make it easier to play with new ideas because everything has to be baked into those giant markdown files that it generates. It doesn't necessarily make deprecating things easier or harder. It's kind of a no-op there, but you have no incentive to remove things or simplify. You just let it do the work. So it takes away the incentives for these bottom parts, and it doesn't let you do the top parts anymore. It's replacing these. What about the things I don't like? It means I have to review way more code. It means I have to spend half my time in my editor reading specs. I go to my editor to escape reading specs. Why are you making it my job? I don't have to, or it doesn't help with convincing PMs to end projects because now they're convinced they can go build it themselves using this. Or when I tell them it's a bad idea, they're like, why don't you go use Kiro and whip it up? And then we'll see how you feel about it. And now that I'm not spending my time coding, we have so much more time to sit in these useless meetings with a bunch of people. Yeah, that's the problem I have. Is a lot of these tools take away the parts that we actually enjoy, the things that we can actually have fun doing, and potentially improve the product while we do, and fills it and replaces it with more of the things that we don't actually enjoy, and not in a way that makes us more productive, just in a way that is shifting of the effort. We've replaced writing code in our editor by hand with reviewing the code. We've replaced writing the specs. We've replaced making prototypes with letting AI write this giant spec for us. That's not a good trade. And if we want to benefit from these tools, we have to go all the way back up here and rethink our process. Old process doesn't work well with these new tools. It effectively just kills the fun parts and makes the shitty parts way easier to generate way too much text for. There's a chart that I always struggle to find when I want it. It's the length of average law since typewriter was made. I saw this chart forever ago. I don't feel like finding it right now, so I'm not going to. But the chart was like a hilarious curve that had a couple points on it of like points in time, where the length of the average law was relatively short if you just counted by words. And then over time, it started to spike pretty meaningfully. And then suddenly spiked again. And then it spiked way harder recently. And these spike points were things that will make a lot of sense. The first one was the introduction of the typewriter. Suddenly law started getting way longer really fast. Then we had the word processor, where you could copy and paste. There was a time before copy and paste for law writers, and I don't even want to think about doing that job. But then, what we have now, with AI generation, has made the laws skyrocketing in length, because once you make something way easier to do, we end up with way more of it. But if the problem wasn't the amount of the thing, it was the quality of the thing, this is bad. The problem with laws in the US or wherever else is not that there aren't enough words in the law. I hope we can all agree that more words does not make a better law. And I hope we can similarly agree that more code does not equal better apps. If anything, I would argue this often means the opposite. There's an inverse correlation here. And these new technologies made the wrong part easier. They made writing lots of words easier, but they didn't make writing good legislation easier. And the result is that it is harder to ship good legislation because now you have to parse through way more words of bullshit before you can get to the point. And if that's where we end up with AI code, we are fucked. If it's literally just, like, if our job is now just code reviewing gigantic piles of slop that don't follow patterns or practices because some other random person told us to go generate the shit, that's going to suck. So we need to rethink our process if we want to benefit from these things. We end up in a situation where code is more straightforward to produce, but more complex to verify, which doesn't necessarily make teams move faster overall. Absolutely. It would probably make us move slower. The review process, the spec process, all of that would be slower if we had more code to deal with throughout it. Not a new challenge. Developers have long joked about copy-paste engineering, but the velocity and scale that LLMs enable have amplified those copy-paste habits. Absolutely agree. Like, you could argue that all LLMs and background agents and this stuff is Google searching Stack Overflow and copy-pasting code on steroids. Understanding code is still the hard part. The biggest cost is understanding it, not writing it. Absolutely agree. LLMs reduce the time it takes to produce code, but they haven't changed the amount of effort required to reason about behavior, identify subtle bugs, or ensure long-term maintainability. That work can be even more challenging when reviewers struggle to distinguish between generated and handwritten code or understand why a particular solution was chosen. Absolutely agree. And to again emphasize the points that I was making before, it almost feels like there's two types of code where we have throwaway code and we have production code. The goal here being on the left, you have things that your goal is to figure out what the product is or whether or not the thing can work, and you don't care if it all goes away. And the right is code that is expected to be maintained for a long time and keep doing the thing it's supposed to do for even longer. Throwaway code, this is stuff like my shitty scripts for benchmarks. Or stuff like sandboxes or prototypes for some new feature. Whereas the production code side is core infra for main product or Rust library powering millions of apps or new feature being built by 12 devs. The problem was that up until recently, the cost difference between these two things was not that big. It seems obvious now that like things on the left are very easy to build and things on the right aren't. But we're still fresh off an era where people were sincerely saying that we should write everything in Rust, even small side projects, because people were so unable to perceive the gap between these two types of code. I didn't see that we got a raid. Let me thank you for that so much, Amaris. Appreciate that a ton. Thank everybody a bit more properly later, but I don't want to lose my train of thought. Yeah. The thing that made me special was that I was good at distinguishing between the two, knowing when it was best to just write throwaway code, writing this part really fast, and then figuring out what subset of it should be productionized to go to the other side. I would rapidly rotate between these two sides with projects that I was working on. I would make a demo on the throwaway code side. We would iterate with users, figure out what features they actually want. I would then go build a more production version. And then I would run into some weird tech problem with it. And I would go back to prototype different tech implementations. I wasn't using code exclusively as a thing that's put up on GitHub for someone else to approve and then ship to users. I was using code for a lot of other things too. I would use it for figuring out what to build. I would use it for testing out different tech implementations. I would use it for processing my emails to figure out which reports we were getting more often. I would use it for all sorts of things where the code itself didn't matter and I didn't want anyone to review it because that wasn't the point. If there was something worth reviewing in the code on this side, I would copy paste it out, put it in a real PR or in a GIST somewhere and send it to my team to look at. But this distinction wasn't one that many engineers could or would make because most engineers write code the same way regardless of what they're doing. I can't tell you how many side projects I've seen by people who work at FANG companies. And these FANG interns working on side projects are spinning up the equivalent of like Facebook or Netflix's stack for their personal to-do list. And people's inability to distinguish between these and find patterns that work for different parts and learn things from each side is a very real problem. And these tools are going to and as a result, these AI tools are going to confuse a lot of people. Because if you're looking at something like Lovable, but you see throwaway code and production code as like the same thing and you write these the same way, and Lovable, to be frank, falls under the throwaway code side, as most of these agent code tools do. If that's where this is built to do things, but you don't meaningfully distinguish these two in your head, you see this is bad and this is good, not as different values for different purposes. Now you see this as a shitty, useless tool. But if you think about this as a way to make your production code simpler and better, because you don't have to prototype the same way that you write the real thing, you start benefiting a lot from these same tools. That's the thing I want to really emphasize here is if you took the code that you write in something like Lovable, or even the code that I write when I'm during this prototype stage, and you throw it at your team to review, they're going to hate you because that code wasn't meant to be reviewed. That code wasn't meant to be read. That code was meant to figure out something. This code is meant to be maintained. This code is meant to solve a problem, usually a knowledge gap. Teams still rely on trust and shared context. Absolutely. Software engineering has always been collaborative. It depends on shared understanding, alignment, and mentoring. However, when code is generated faster than can be discussed or reviewed, teams risk falling into a mode where quality is assumed rather than ensured. That creates stress on reviewers and mentors, potentially slowing things down in more subtle ways. Absolutely agree here as well. If by the time your mentee is caught up on the code base, half the shit's changed because something filed a PR destroying all the stuff that was there before, good luck. If you don't feel the right if you don't have the right mindset to mentor this person because you think you can just go AI generate the work that they're going to take longer to do anyways, you're fucked. If you let them go AI generate something and it looks just like the code you normally AI generate, so you hit merge, but it doesn't actually work, you're fucked. These problems happen if we don't distinguish between throwaway and production code. And the final point in this article, LLMs are powerful, but they don't fix the fundamentals. There's real value in faster prototyping, scaffolding, and automation. Oh, look at that. We agree fully right at the end. I had a feeling, but yeah, this is the thing that I'm excited about, is previously most devs weren't capable of doing the throwaway version much faster. Like, I honestly believe if you would ask the people on some of my teams at Twitch, if they were to just make this to see if the feature worked, and the production ready version was going to take 9 months, and you ask them, how fast can you do a demo version for us to play with? They would say, probably 2 to 3 months. You can do it in 2 to 3 days. There are very, very few products that you can't build a usable version of in a few days, unless they're like deep tech bets. But that's not the case for your fucking CRUD app. Stop pretending. If you honestly think the best you can trim your production process is from many months to a few months, then get out of the way of the people who can do it faster so they can figure out what you should build. If it takes you that long to build anything, then don't build things that are uncertain. If it takes you 6 months to build a prototype, you're not building prototypes. You shouldn't be calling them that because you're going to feel so bad throwing that 6 months of work away. If I spend 2 weeks making a demo version or 3 days making a demo version and we throw the whole thing away, I don't give a fuck. That's the point. We still learned the lesson. As the author says, the LLMs don't remove the need for clear thinking, careful review, and thoughtful design. That can be your problem after we figure out what to build. It's not going to replace those parts. But if you can't acknowledge the gap here, then you just sound dumb. Because this is the problem that I see a lot of, is somebody whose life is on this production code side. So some principal engineer. Let's say some exec or some PM goes to this principal engineer. I'll just make a fake Slack thread down here. CEO. Hey, at principal. Think we could use Lovable to test out new ideas? Could be useful, so we stop building bad features. LOL. Principal. Seriously, at CEO? You think some vibe coding BS is better than your best in class eng team? Do I have to remind you that I'm Azure certified? That we just took a great class on Agile last week? What more do you want? This is the problem. Because this CEO, or even if they're not a CEO, let's say they're just like some random PM, says this. And that product manager really wants to figure out what features are good or bad ideas earlier because they are because they're tired of wasting so much time doing random bullshit. But as sarcastic as I made this look, this is a very real thing. Like, it would probably look more like this. I don't think we can get meaningful info from something that took less than 3 months to build. Lovables for non-devs making personal apps, not for real work. I could absolutely, like, I've seen messages like this from PMs. And if you don't think this really happens, watch this. Could have changed the word lovable to something a bit different. Electron, or React, or JavaScript, or Supabase, or Convex, or any of the technologies that we like to talk about here. You'll realize that this is a very real message people like this send all the time. And the fact that lovable is one of those things shows what I mean. The point here is that the principal engineer is so unable to think outside of their perspective, because to them, the meaningful info is the product useful? What they mean by this point here is much different. What they mean is usable, or what they mean is meaningful info about does the tech spec work? They assume the product already works. They don't hear the PM for where they're at. All they can think about is whether or not they can figure out how to build the thing through building the thing. And Lovable is not going to give them any unique insights on how to engineer the thing. So they're going to ignore that path and that possibility entirely. But the PM is going to see other people building useful stuff with it. They're going to realize that the problems that they want to solve can absolutely be solved with these tools. They're going to build a deep frustration because they're talking past each other. And that's how you end up with these adversarial relationships. I legitimately believe that these types of conversations are going to start happening a lot, and that the PMs and the principals are going to start fighting a ton because these guys just cannot see the value of a prototype. And these guys don't understand that all the principal engineer is thinking about here is the technical details, not whether or not the feature is worth building or not in the first place. One of the coolest moments I had at Twitch was when I started getting one of the coolest moments I had at Twitch was when my designer started hitting me up with random questions about HTML and JavaScript stuff. And I was really confused. Like, you're not an engineer. None of this has to do with our tech spec. And I was really confused because none of that had to do with her role. And it was not questions about things that we used at Twitch. So I was just like, what are you doing? To which she sent me a quick screenshot and said that she was building a mocked up demo version of what would have become. So I just asked her what she was doing, and she sent me a mocked up version of what ended up becoming ModView. I showed it before, whatever. I'm repeating myself way too much. I'm so sorry, Face. So I just asked her what she was working on. She sent me the screenshot, and it turned out she was trying to build a prototype version of ModView. And it was really compelling in terms of how it looked, but nothing worked in it at all. It wasn't even using real data. It was meant to be a demo, like just showing what this could be, so she could put that in front of moderators and ask how this looked to them, how useful this would be to them. Someone like that, like Iris, one of the best designers I've ever worked with, would benefit so much from these tools. Not because she'll be filing a whole bunch of PRs, but because she could figure out in a much more iterative process what the right thing is. This is the big thing I want to drive home. Improving time to next realization is a very good thing. We should be optimizing for insights. How quick can you go from an assumption to a new learning? If I have an assumption that users want a thing, what's the shortest path to figure out if they do or not? If I think this button should work this way, what's the shortest path to figure out if it should or not? How quickly can we get to the next learning, the next insight, the next understanding, the next moment where we understand something we didn't before? And if we can use these tools to get more insights, to have more aha moments as we figure out shit, they're useful. But if we use them to speed run through the process without getting any insight throughout, this sucks. And I don't think a lot of these tools are being pitched this way. I think these tools are being pitched as developers are slow, replace them and make it faster, and not we can figure out what our users want faster. We can iterate more effectively. We can make tighter iteration loops and get more feedback faster. That's the magic of this. The cost of writing code has indeed dropped, but the cost of making sense of it together as a team has not. That's the bottleneck, or that's still the bottleneck. Let's not pretend it isn't. I absolutely agree. Team understanding is a massive bottleneck for most things. The additional point I would drive home here is this. If you have a giant spec, we'll say this rectangle is the spec. And this was built primarily by the product lead, the design lead, and some tech lead coming up with all the pieces that are going to be in here. Generously speaking, maybe this much of it, like maybe, is actually good and correct. And then the rest, whatever is left in this box here, that all is garbage that needs to be thrown away. I would argue that the ratio here is often quite a bit worse. I can't tell you how many times I would read the spec. The whole team would be bought into the spec, and then the thing we shipped looked nothing like the spec because the spec was bad and had a lot of bad assumptions in it. What if instead of the spec, we have the prototype? And instead of it being this giant thing, the prototype is this small thing. And maybe the ratio is way worse. Maybe the prototype is more bad than good. But we get some good insights here. Maybe the whole prototype is bad. And now we have the insight this idea was bad in the first place. It takes a lot less time to do this part, to build this thing. And if we build this thing, it's now way easier to, and if we build this thing, which is way simpler, the communication gets easier too, because it's way easier for 2 to 3 people to communicate about a small prototype than it is for 20 plus people to talk about this giant spec. And the likelihood that you learn things and catch things is significantly higher when you start this way. Maybe you have a second prototype after that takes these good parts and extends them. And now you have more good parts and you make something slightly bigger, but it also has more bad parts. And you make another prototype where the good parts are even smaller because you had some bad assumption and you got screwed over. And now you have a ton of bad parts. But the bad parts are good because you just learned a bunch of lessons. Now all of these bad parts can be thrown away forever and never done again. And now the next version ends up being twice as big, significantly better, and it still has some rough edges, but you know exactly what those are, and you learned a bunch of lessons not long ago that are applicable here. You can trim those off, and it turns out the product you were building is way smaller than that other spec might have suggested. And as people in chat are saying, this also makes the job way more fun. It's not fun to be slaving away at fucking Jira tickets. I don't believe you if you say it is. It's so much more fun to be trying new things, playing with new solutions, iterating with a team of people trying to solve real problems. It's so much more fun. And these tools make it so that doing each of these steps is way cheaper than it used to be. If it took a team 3 months to build this and 9 months to build this, I would understand the hesitation. But if it takes 20 devs 9 months to build this, but it takes 1 dev 3 days to build this, you are really stupid if you're still building this way initially when you don't actually know if the product is needed or not. Really dumb. And that's why I am excited about these AI tools. I think that the way I kind of think about it is suddenly way more teams have their Theo that can get this prototype out way faster, iterate heavily on it to find the real thing you want to solve, and then kick it off to the traditional product lead, PM, principal engineer people to spec out and do the right way. But if we have way less pieces as we get there, we can communicate way better throughout it, and everyone has a much better understanding. 3 people trying to understand this will always be a better experience than 20 to 30 people trying to understand this. I think that's pretty obvious. Huge shout out to Pedro for writing this article. It was absolutely awesome and inspired what's been one of my favorite rants in a minute. So thank you for putting this out. Appreciate you a ton, as well as the permission to react to this. This was great. Give his blog a look if you haven't yet, and give him a follow on Twitter. And thank you all for watching this rant. I had a lot of fun with this. Clearly, I had some things to get off my chest. I'm curious how y'all feel, though. Was this a good one? Was this misguided? Do you think I'm being weird with this split between technical, or do you think I'm being weird with the split between prototypes and more traditional building for production? Let me know what y'all think. Until next time. Peace, nerds. Fun. Will I do a video on code review best practices? I really should. I thought it was a lot. God, YouTube chat's so broken. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I think that was a good one. I don't think I'll have time for Qwen models, so I have to leave in like 40-ish minutes. This is one I really wanted to do. It's not that long. I can whip this one up pretty fast, I think. Anything else in here I can do quick? That's going to take me too long. I did see there's some weird government thing named T3. Let's just gun out this increase luck surface area one. Oh, thanks. That was really quick too. Definitely got Kevin and Man. Thank you, Poppy, Joe, Sky Vents TV, Blazingly Slow Dev, Ziggle, and Doctor, all for the subs, as well as John here. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. I need to film some videos though. I think it's fair to say I'm a pretty lucky guy. I run a startup that's doing really well. I have a YouTube channel that people watch for some reason. I get to work on stuff that I genuinely love every day. I can't complain. That said, I think you can be lucky too. People seem to think luck is just this thing that happens to you, but it's not. Luck is a function of different things. It's opportunity plus prep to an extent. But it's also a thing that you can increase the surface area for. Luck is a thing that occurs, not a thing that you have. And you can increase the surface area for your luck by thinking more carefully about what you're doing and where you spend your time. I'm not saying to go buy some scratch tickets. I'm saying to think more deliberately about how you position yourself in an ever-changing market for engineering. And I'm certainly not saying that you should go make a YouTube video. And I'm certainly not saying you should go make a YouTube channel either. If you really want to, you can, but there's a lot of better strategies to position yourself well in this market as it changes. And while I might not be the perfect shape for this modern AI developer world, there are a lot of things that have helped me with my positioning so that I can kind of luck into the right place at the right time. But what does that mean? How can you position yourself to be luckier with these types of opportunities? How can you bet on luck a little bit more? I have a feeling this article is going to say some really good stuff about that, and I have my own thoughts too. I can't wait to dive in, but as always, someone's got to cover the bills. There's nobody, or retake on that bit. Thankfully, I'm lucky enough to have sponsors, Thankfully, I'm lucky enough to have sponsors covering the bills so I can give these videos out for free. So let's hear from one of them quick, and then we'll get started. Oh, is there a Swix article about this too? That's really useful. Thank you for grabbing that. So thank you, Kate, for writing this. She also has a book coming, so definitely keep an eye on that. I'll have links for all of this in the description. One distinguishing feature I've noticed among people who are unusually successful is that they just try a lot of stuff, socially, intellectually, professionally, etc. It's the rate of experimentation, the number of shots on goal, that provides the magic, not the percentage of success, which might be very low at first. Not just at first, it stays low. Like, we need to be real about that. So many people, including the really successful indie hackers, people like Levels.io, still have 70+% of their projects just fail outright. You're not expected to be really successful with everything you build when you build a lot of different things, even if you've had a couple huge successes. Like with my own business, we had so many different failures. I talked about this in depth in my how I got into startups video, but I talked about this in depth in my startups video where I talk about the history of my stuff, but we built a lot of different things. We built ping.gg, which it didn't fail in the sense that it just blew up and died or got no users, but it capped really early. So much so that I had to lay off most of the team, which was one of the saddest and hardest things I've ever had to do. Then we did webhook thing, which nobody cared. Okay, we had a couple people who really cared, and I loved those users, but it just wasn't a thing that could possibly become a real business. We started building other creator tools on the side. The original version of Pick Thing was around here. Gave up halfway, pivoted. Because when we were building Pick Thing, we realized Upload Thing would be a really good product to build because it was the slowest part of building Pick Thing, which looked like it was doing good. It got a lot of adoption. People install the packages a ton. They abuse our free tier, but it doesn't make any fucking money. Then actually ship Pick Thing. But obviously we had others along the way. Marker Thing, which I think was technically before actually building Pick Thing. We had other features we built into Ping that were their own products, but We built so many of these things that just kind of failed outright before building the one that worked. And it was not the one I expected to have work. I did not think T3 chat, of all of the things in this list, would be the one to actually make money and be successful. And at the time, I would tell people, I'm like, why would you build a chat app right now? That's stupid. And now it seems obvious. Like, of course you build a chat app. It's an easy way to make money. But it was not obvious at all when we did it. The reason we got there wasn't even because we thought it could blow up. I was trying to build more of these small to medium projects that would keep the business afloat so that Ping wouldn't run out of money and die. And it turns out by building a bunch of these different things in hopes that a few would make a couple $1,000s a month, this one ended up making us profitable within a month. Never would have imagined that would be the case. But the point here is that I had to build a bunch of things to have the lucky draw. And this wasn't like, I'm a genius for coming up with this idea. It was the opposite. It's, this is stupid, but I want it bad enough. I'm just going to do it and see what happens. And what happened was way bigger than I ever would have imagined. But I guarantee we'll be building more things over time. And the other ones will probably suck too. Not that they're bad. I would argue Upload Thing's a better product than T3 Chat. And that Ping's arguably a better product than all of them in terms of how good they are compared to the other options in the market. But it's not just how good you are at doing the thing. It's not just good how good the thing is. There are lots of other aspects, and those other aspects are luck. Somebody asked, do I think this is because I stopped building for devs? Who the fuck do you think Ping was for? Who do you think Pick Things for? Who do you think Marker Things for? I built for devs twice. These are the only two products I ever built for devs. The point I'm trying to make here is that the success was things I don't even fully understand. It's some level of people wanting access to all of the models from the same place for cheap. It's some amount that our app's actually quite good. Some amount the fact that I'm popular and can put it in front of people. But it's also luck. And it's foolish to think otherwise. I didn't have some genius realization or make some incredible decision that led to T3 Chat being so successful. I got lucky. But I got lucky after getting unlucky working harder on other things for years. And I expect to do other things that will suck and not be as popular as well too. Anybody who thinks this is as simple as, oh, it has a larger audience? No, it's not that simple. None of this is that simple. If you think it's that simple, you're kidding yourself and you're not going to get the lesson that we're here to learn. The lesson we're here to learn is that you have to try a bunch of different shit because there is no because there is no simple, obvious reason that successful things are successful. Success doesn't come from a lot of wisdom and foresight and genius. Success comes from the willingness to try and fail over and over again. The analogy I often give with this is skateboarding. It's funny because people don't consider skaters lucky because it's so obvious what they're doing. If a skater's trying to land a hard trick, they're not going to just... if a skater's trying to land a hard trick, it's obvious they won't land it first try. We know that. They're going to bail and get up and try over and over again. And the hardest tricks ever done in skateboarding took months, if not years, for the skater to do. But our response to that isn't, oh, wow, he's so lucky he landed that. It's, wow, I'm happy that he had the It's, wow, he must have had so much wherewithal to go through all of those failures in order to land that thing. And I learned this myself from skating when I was young. I didn't learn tricks by sitting at home and watching videos and reading books about how skateboards work. I got good at skating by getting hurt over and over again, by hitting the ground so many times that I have to have my left hand reconstructed in a few weeks. But that's how I got good. It wasn't luck. But because people don't see those failures in other places, like in the software dev world, people assume it's luck. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten messages like, T3 Chat is only popular because you're a famous person. You got so lucky, man. Not fair. I can't compete. I've seen so much of this type of sentiment. Never from people who use T3 Chat, funny enough, because once they use it, they actually get it. I've also had a lot of haters who don't like, or I've also had a lot of haters try T3 Chat because they wanted to make fun of it and then unblock me and apologize publicly for making fun of me because it turns out I can build decent shit. I need to go do a coupon code for that. Give me one sec. Speaking of which, if you want access to literally every relevant AI model in one app that is really nice to use for $8 a month, I'll give you the first month for $1 instead. I just put up a new promo code, decent. Oops, that's what I want to show. Cool. I just put up a new promo code, decent, that you can use during checkout on a new account in order to get 1 month for $1. That's every model for $1. That's a pretty good deal if I do say so myself. Yeah. I would be so lucky if you were to go subscribe. You get the idea. Anyways. Back to the article. It sounds stupidly simple, but it's profound. The more times you interact with the outside world, the more chances you have to get lucky, to find the collaborators, friends, and projects that, together, provide the right soil for you to bloom in. I want to dig into this as well, because if you, let's say hypothetically you're building something, and there's a 99% chance it fails, and a 1% chance it succeeds. Oh shit, Brandon, thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for 25. Jesus Christ. Appreciate that a ton. God, YouTube is dying right there. That's hilarious. Hi, Gamer Girl. Good to see you. Back to this point, though. So let's say you have something that you're going to build, and there's a 99% chance you're going to fail, and a 1% chance you're going to succeed. If you roll that 10 times, the chances get a lot better, because it's 0.99, which is the chance of failure, to the power of 10. And then 1 minus that, it's now a 9.5% chance you've succeeded just by doing it 10 times. But what if, hear me out, that fail chance isn't just a failure? What if the failures actually teach you something or get you some benefit? What if when you fail, you make a new friend around the thing that you're building that can help you out in the future? What if you have some new insight or learning that makes it so you're going to do better products in the future? What if you realize the whole market that you were building in is cursed and terrible, so you never do it again or ever have the expectations things will do well in the creator space? I have so many thoughts there. The point here being that a failure isn't just a failure, it's a learning opportunity. So not only does each failure increase your chance of success because of the basic statistics of running the thing over and over, every additional run by itself has an increase of the chance of success too. Maybe you double the chance of success because you learned so many things that were causing failures in the past. Maybe you don't, but chances are you're going to get better some amount and learn things that are useful and make connections that are useful and increase the likelihood that you end up lucky. And this works for everything. You talk to more investors, you're more likely to get one to say yes. If you build more side projects, you're more likely to make one that's actually good. If you try multiple solutions to a problem, you're more likely to find one that's really solid. If you talk to more people, you're more likely to make friends in the spaces that you're interested in and have these connections that are really useful. But there's one other piece here that I've been talking more and more about, which is the value of the people around you. It's the same reason that I'm in favor of telling people to go to college still. It's the same reason that I encourage you optimize your career early on around working with good teams. The people around you massively compound the luck surface area. This is a big deal. I got into some trouble a long time ago for this take, but I think I can phrase it properly here now. I had someone who got really mad at me at a Twitter space because I was only successful because I went to college and I had all these connections. And that's why I was able to get the job and then go make a startup. And since I'm lucky enough to not have a family with bills to pay, to have this history, to have these connections, I am permitted to make a startup. But since they don't have that, they can't make a startup. And that's not fair. That much is true to an extent. It is unfair that I have these things, or it is unfair that they don't have a good enough surface area of luck to have any real chance at doing a startup. But you have to find a balance there. If you don't have enough surface area of things to increase the likelihood that you succeed, because I had the surface area of like my college friends. I had the surface area of my rich ex-Twitch coworkers. I had the surface area of having low expenses, single, no kids, etc. I had the surface area of lots of money in bank after job. And these things gave me a large space to be lucky in. And that is a privilege to an extent. I'm not pretending it's not. Like, these are things that I'm lucky enough to have had my life go in the way where I can have these things. And on top of this, I can take a lot of risks. Because I have so much surface area here, I can build the thing, have it collapse because it fails, and that's fine. And I just move on and do the next one. Maybe that fails. Keep going over and over again until eventually one succeeds beyond my wildest imagination. But I have to earn that. That's not a thing that I just get because I have this. It means I can go way further until I run out of runway to try out new things. But if you don't have the runway, the solution is not to complain about not having the runway. It's do things to build more of it. If your runway is determined on the surface area that you have, you can build it other ways. If you don't have these types of friends, go get a job where you can make them. Does it suck that you have to work for 4 years to get yourself into a position similar to me? Sure, but I had to work for 5 years for it, so it's not that big a difference. And if you're not qualified enough to get the job, why do you think you're going to luck it out in the startup world building something new from scratch? We're all making bets here. That's how all of this works. You need to do everything you can to increase the likelihood that your bet can succeed. And part of that is and a huge part of that is building up the surface area. So if you don't have this, if you're a college dropout or you're stuck paying for a family and kids, or you have huge health issues that are making it hard for you to grind all day, it sucks, but the startup life probably isn't something you should be aspiring to do right now. You should be doing other things first. If your surface area is like this, and you get to make the bet once, and it fails, which it will, because nobody gets it right the first try, now you're screwed. And now you have nothing to fall back on. You have no extra space that you can use to recover with. So what you need to do first is increase this surface. And that could be things like, I don't know, getting a decent job with a cool team. That'll be a huge help. You can pull that off. You're going to start making a lot of connections that are really useful. Maybe you start talking to people in the startup world and you make friends who run startups. Maybe you go to a coding boot camp and network with your peers a bunch. Maybe you save a bunch of money so you can safely coast for 6 months. You have to make the surface if you don't have it already. And you make the surface by doing different things. If you don't have the foundation that someone like I have, you don't get to skip those steps. You don't have to do it the same way I did, but you have to have enough range to make these mistakes. Even if you think you're way smarter than me and that it's unfair that my dumbass can make a successful startup and your really, really smart, hardworking self can't. For me, it's a 1% chance. Maybe for you, it's a 2%. You're still going to die if you have one role. You need to increase the number of opportunities that you have to have the thing work. It seems like this is where the article's going, and I'm really hopeful it is. Thank you again, Kate, for writing this and getting me to go on this rant. People who move slowly through life tend to get fewer shots on goal and have longer feedback loops. Perhaps they work privately on creative projects that they don't show to anybody for months or years, or they stay in a relatively contained peer group for a long time without mixing it up. Peers is a really big thing. You need to be surrounded with people who are like-minded that are pushing themselves to do better. If everybody around you is stagnant, or everybody around you isn't doing similar stuff to what you want to do, you don't know if you're making progress or not. You have to pace yourself with the people around you. One of the best tricks for running long distances is to have somebody that you can pace yourself with. and swap out like the crazy marathon runners who run like 5 marathons, have people running with them for most of it. No, not somebody running with them for the whole length, but they swap out the pacers so that they can focus on the hard thing of running, not making sure their speed is perfect. You need to have peers to keep pace. This is why I push college so hard. If you're in high school and you're watching these videos, I have questions, but the thing I'm going to emphasize is go to college. It's okay if you drop out. It's okay if you don't get the fancy paper at the end. The point of college isn't that you're qualified to have a real job, is that you're surrounded with peers that you can pace yourself against and try to do better than, learn from, and improve yourself as you go. And also get way better at get way better at talking with your peers and making these connections that will benefit you hugely in the future. Most of my first investors are people I met from college that had done well enough outside of college, and also people that I knew from my first job. That's how I raised enough money to quit my job and make my startup. And then because of connections from all of that and the excitement those people had for me, I couldn't get into some of the like easier to get into like startup accelerators. So I applied to multiple and got rejected immediately. And then I got into the hard one, YC. It's the surface area of luck just happened to get me to the right place at the right time, and enough people had mentioned me to the right people at YC that it all happened super quickly and better than I ever would have imagined. And then I failed for 4 years. That's how it goes. But go to college, make these connections, optimize for making the right friends, and surrounding yourself with people that aren't going to slow down so that you don't slow down unknowingly or go in the wrong direction. If you're surrounded with other people who are also trying to get better at programming, get better jobs, make cool things, and do cool stuff, you're going to stay motivated. But if you're surrounded with people that are blaming the world for their circumstances or just aren't really improving at the work that they do every day, or been in the same code base for 8 years just shipping crappy Rails code and never making new features, those are not the people you want to be surrounded with. Optimize for the type of agility that you want to have in your own life. It massively increases the likelihood that you have these lucky breaks and meet these awesome people later on. Like, it's a silly example, but I used to be in some stupid Facebook groups about hacking stuff when I was in college, just people talking about hackathons and programming, occasional actual hacking stuff too. Just a group of nerdy people. I made some close friends through that group, one of which had a really close friend from college who was super close with Sorik, the guy who created Cydia. That's now a good friend of mine. That dude's talked me through some rough shit. He has meaningfully extended my luck surface area by keeping me fucking alive when shit hits the fan. And I wouldn't have met him if I wasn't shitposting in those stupid Facebook groups before I was a relevant person. The fact that this like hero of mine, the guy who made Cydia, that made jailbreaking like a thing that was worth doing, became a friend of mine through 2 mutual connections, like multiple steps away from me, because I happened to be in this Facebook group surrounded with devs that I could nerd out with, was just a massive example of like luck. That was an incredibly lucky thing that happened to me, but that happened because I had embedded myself in the places where that type of luck can happen. There's also why you should live in San Francisco, but I don't want to go down that rant just yet. If someone's trying to figure out what to do with their life and they're meeting with 1 to 2 interesting strangers a day, then all things being equal, I'm inclined to bet on them. They're meeting 1 to 2 people a week, I'm inclined to think they're going too slowly and aren't going to hit escape velocity. Absolutely agree. And this idea that like you have to be moving fast enough to make it happen, we could do the numbers on this, but if we just stick with the 99% to 1% example here, 99% fail, 1% success. And let's say somebody is doing this 2x a day and someone else is doing it 2x a week. How long does it, like 0.99 to the power of 50? Let's do 80 or 90. I'll do 80. Cool. 70. Just getting a good. Okay, cool. Once you've done about 70 renditions on that, cool, yeah. Once you've went through this around 70 times, there is a 0.505 chance, like a 50+% chance, 50.5% chance you have hit success. You do this 70 times, you have a 50% chance that you've hit success. So if you do this 2 times a day, that takes 45 days to have this lucky thing happen to you. If you do it 2 times a week, that's 45 weeks. That's 315 days. That's an absurd difference. If there's a 1% chance that one of these things goes well for you, you do it twice a day, you'll get there in 2 months. If you do it twice a week, you'll probably get there within a year. Probably. Well, let's be real. You're not doing it 2x a week. If you're doing it 2x a week, you're doing it 2x a week most weeks, but some weeks you just take the week off because you're busy. Some weeks you miss the deadline. Sometimes there's 10 days between each opportunity. This is going to take you over a year. The more you try, the more likely you are to win. And trying isn't just building new shit constantly. Like if you're putting out a crazy new app every day. So I did 45 out of 35. Math is hard, okay? Don't make fun of me for my math. If I do enough math, I'll eventually get lucky, okay? You get the idea here. You should be doing shit more. And that's not like build a new app every day. That's make the right connections and talk to the right people, go to the right events, spend time in the right circles to be more likely to get these insights and make these connections and learn these things. So what are the most efficient ways? Oh, this is a very convenient thing for us to move to. How do you figure out who these key people are and ensure that you meet them? This is something that you can't really undertake with that kind of, oh my God, I love this article. I so hard agree on this. This is touching on so many things I try to embed in half my fucking content. This idea that like, you don't solve this problem by making a bullet point list of how to get luckier. You solve this problem by fucking rethinking your mindset and attitude entirely. This is my video about not contributing to open source goes really in depth on this. If your goal is to use open source to make yourself more if your goal is to use open source to get a job, you have so many fundamental misunderstandings that I don't know if I can help you. Open source doesn't magically get you a job because you contributed the right README to the right fucking repo. That's not how the world works. Open source makes you more valuable as a potential hire because if you're a good dev, you end up contributing to open source because you're using open source things, finding problems, and doing it. It's a cart before the horse. The problem here is, should I draw a horse and a cart? This will be fun. Here is my very realistic horse. And here's my beautiful cart. The point of the cart before the horse is that the horse has to pull the cart. Like, duh. That's how this analogy is supposed to work. Horse goes forward, cart goes with it. Duh. Obvious. Next question. Okay, but actually, the reason I bring this up is if there is a developer that is good. So if the horse is a good dev, something that happens with good devs that are doing a lot of work is they fix things in open source. That's not because the dev to get good is fixing things in open source. It's because as a good dev, they end up running into problems with open source, and then they end up going to try and fix them because they're a good dev. It's the open source shows their open source contributor. In this case, an open source contribution shows their deep understanding of the thing, the fact that they're building real things with it, real enough to run into problems, and they have enough like initiative. They have enough drive to go solve it. That's why open source is a good measure for this type of person, because if someone's good, they have done that. But if someone was to pretend that if they fix something in open source, or they contribute to open source, because that's what it actually is, they're not fixing things in open source, they're contributing to open source, thinking that will get them a job. I can't tell you how many times I see this. People think that if they contribute to open source, they will get a job. Or if they get accepted into Y Combinator, they'll have a successful startup. Or if they were popular on YouTube, they would have a successful product. That's actually a really common one. Popular on YouTube and Twitter. And then they think people care about what you do. This is a very common one. People think that if you're popular, suddenly people care about what you do. As someone who occasionally posts about music on my Twitter account that's mostly tech, I promise you, being popular does not mean people care about what the fuck that I do. It does not work that way. People care about what I do. Therefore, I am now popular on Twitter and YouTube because I made it worth caring about the stuff that I do. You need to realize there's an order to these things. And if you're approaching this with, if I was lucky, I would be famous, or if I was lucky, I would be successful, or if I was lucky, I wouldn't have to work so hard, you're fucked. It's just incorrect order of events. And let me get her name again. And as Kate's saying here, if your goal here is to just like hit the minimum number of people you have to meet to have a successful business, you're doing this entirely wrong. You need to have the right mindset to be successful. That mindset will make your surface area for luck bigger, will make it so you learn better from your failures, and it will set you up for success long term. It will give you all the things that we're talking about here, but the thing that matters isn't that you take a list of all of the stuff that we say here that will make your surface area bigger, is that you think in a way that leads you there is that you think in a way that brings you there more effectively. But what matters here is how you think, not what you do and how you hit the bullets on this bullet point list. As Kate says, some goals have to be approached like gardening. You can't force plants to grow. You can only engineer the conditions in which they're likely to flourish and trust that results will come. Making your own luck is like this. As Steve Jobs put it, you can't plan to meet the people who will change your life. Yes, absolutely. There is no world in which I would have planned to meet Sorik at my friend's birthday party in the middle of nowhere in San Francisco. That is not how I would have met somebody that's really important to me. I met him because I was just hanging out with my friends that were peers doing like-minded things, which resulted in me meeting somebody that I care a lot about. These things happen because of the effort, these things happen because of the people I choose to be around. That's how that goes. You can still increase your skill at being lucky, though. Much how skilled gardeners tend to produce lush gardens, skilled cultivators of luck tend to randomly accrue dense interpersonal networks. So what does skilled luck cultivation look like? I'm actually excited about this part because I feel like I'm good at this, but I don't actually understand how. I'm regularly told by people that it's weird that I seem to know everyone, but it's just because I reach out when I think what they're doing is interesting. I'm curious how Kate puts this because I want to know how to explain this to others better myself. Operate from a place of genuine curiosity. Talking to people without an end in mind other than satisfying your own curiosity is the slow way that is the fast way. Ooh, I love this. I don't hit people up asking for, God, if you listen to everything I'm saying here and you think the solution is to go hit up random people asking for a job, stop fucking watching my videos. You have learned all of the wrong lessons from this. You're not trying to luck into the right opportunity. You're trying to make the right connections to make you lucky long term. If you have an interesting question about something I've talked about that you care a lot about, that you know I care a lot about, hit me up. I probably won't respond because my DMs suck, but I might. You might be surprised. But if you hit up the people doing cool shit that you're genuinely interested in, about questions about the thing you're interested in, or offers to help in ways that are useful and cheap for them, that might be skills, like, if you think I need help finding engineers, you're fucking delusional. But if you see one of my thumbnails that isn't quite ideal and you download it, make some changes and say, hey, Theo, I think this video would perform better if the thumbnail was a bit more like this. I'm curious what you think, or if you had a reason for doing it that way, you're going to almost certainly get a response from me. If you hit up Ryan Carniato asking for a job at Sentry, he's not going to respond. But if you hit up Ryan Carniato asking a deep, insightful question about a post that he wrote, he's probably going to do a rant about it in his next stream. Approach with curiosity, with the goal to actually learn something, not to take something. Don't hit me up because you want something from me. Hit me up because you're curious about something I'm also curious about. Literally taking the words out of my mouth, Kate. I fucking love this article. People love to talk about what they're interested in, and by extension, love to talk to people who are genuinely curious about the things that they're interested in. I say this all the time. Oh, that's so good. Thank you for putting this here. If you hit up somebody because they're interested in something you're interested in, and they don't respond or they respond negatively, you probably misjudge their interest, or they're putting on a front. And that almost never happens. If you can hit somebody up about something that you're equally excited about, you're probably going to make a friend out of it. And I've made friends with people that I shouldn't even have the possibility of talking to about this. Like, I'm friends with Sasha Gray because of weird audio stuff. We're just nerds about speakers and gear. I'm friends with Luke from LTT because we used to talk about phones before I was even a YouTuber. I'm friends with a bunch of YouTubers who recently blew up because I DM'd them when I thought their videos were cool and they were nobodies and just wanted to offer my help with certain things with their audio. It's so easy to do when you share an interest. And if you're struggling to do this, you're probably struggling to have that interest. I want to make sure we get through this in time, because I do have to run in a sec, so we're going to blast through the rest of this. After a dozen inquisitive conversations with people in a given field, you will already have the beginnings of a good network, as well as lots of knowledge that you could never accrue in formal learning settings. Talk to a dozen engineers working in AI labs, and you'll know more about what's happening at the frontier of AI dev than you could garner from a million think pieces or tweets, or even my videos. That said, it's part of what I'm trying to capture here. I'm trying to make this more conversational. Like you're overhearing a convo that you would, like you're overhearing a conversation that would occur at dinner at some tech company. I want this to be a back and forth. That's why I keep chat open on my monitor there, so I can always see how people feel and to do this back and forth. Remember that at any time, the latest information in a field won't be written down. Whew. So many bangers. I'm going to read this fucking book. Thank you, seriously, Kate, for this. Of course, not all conversations will be helpful. Some meetings will be wastes of time. There's really no way to know in advance whether someone will be fun to talk to, or helpful, or informative. But also, the conversations that aren't helpful or informative or fun could end up being some huge benefit for you down the line if they remember you as the person who's good at that thing. When I look back on the meetings that have been the most professionally consequential for me, nearly every one of them I almost bailed on because I was busy or feeling shy or there wasn't an obvious benefit to having the conversation. This is an important point and the recurring theme throughout these tips. If you're withholding your energy for use only in those situations where you know an interaction will benefit you, you're not increasing your service area for luck at all. You're already failing at the assignment. Yeah, like if you're only hitting me up because you're hoping to get a job out of me, you're fucked. If you're only hitting people up because there's an expected transaction to occur, you're fucking up. Assume you're always auditioning for a bigger role. So many gems in this. Imagine that you were the chef of a Michelin-starred restaurant and, for some reason, you were assigned a shift as a regular brunch cook. You'd probably perform unusually well, beyond the level that could be expected of a regular cook. Maybe there wouldn't be anything categorically different from what an average brunch cook would do. There would just be an increase in caring, because to perform anything less than excellent would be embarrassing for you. The winning move here is to start behaving like that chef when you're just a cook, to assume that you're aiming for a future that will hold you to a much higher standard, even if you're not currently held to that standard. People who behave like this, who act as if they are already admired and successful in their field, have a funny way of ending up there somehow. Whew. So many bangers. When I got asked to pitch in on some legal research on clinical trials over the holidays in 2021, I didn't have much reason to believe it would turn into anything special. It was Christmas, I wasn't being paid for it, could have easily half-assed it and no one would have blinked. But instead I treated it as important, as if performing less than excellently would be embarrassing. And it led in quick succession to an offer to lead the clinical trial effort and then to co-found a company. I have a similar anecdote here. As you guys could probably guess, I'm often asked to talk at colleges. And we need to be realistic. I almost always say no. There are exceptions, though. And I want to talk about one of them that just immediately came to mind. I was at Open Sauce last weekend. When I was at Open Sauce, I talked to a lot of different people. Many were creators who I've looked up to forever. Like I sat with Tom Scott for fucking 3+ hours. It was great. But some of them were people who I didn't know that snuck into some of the like after parties and things that recognized me. They were there because they're in the Bay and they work on startups. They were trying to get my attention. Somebody in chat already predicted what's about to happen. I talked to a student at Open Sauce, and they asked on the spot, will you do a short talk at my school? I said what I always say, no, I'm too busy. To which they replied, I know, but I also know you like Waterloo students a lot. And this, it's stupid, but they lucked out really hard here because they've watched enough of my content and heard enough of my rants to know that I have never made a bad hire or investment from a Waterloo student. And I want to keep increasing my surface area there. I want more and more Waterloo students to know who I am so that it's more likely that I find success from them. So I ended up saying yes. They got lucky because they got lucky here because they had exposed themselves to enough of my content to increase their surface area to get me to say yes. And I am increasing my surface area for luck because I want more Waterloo students to know who I am and associate me with a path to success so that I can take advantage of that in the future. And they might come to me when they want to raise money or get jobs in different places that are like relevant to what I do. The student passed the lore check. That's another fun way of thinking of it, absolutely. Also, Krish is another great example. Krish is a fun example because him and I go really hard during Advent of Code. I love Advent of Code. It's a programming challenge that occurs every December where a new problem comes out at 9 p.m. PST and we all have to hack on it as fast as we can to get a leaderboard time. I love this challenge, not because I learn a whole bunch from it. I learn a decent bit every year, but the community aspect is so fun and I find these awesome people through it. I met last year. Last year, I wasn't going to do it because I was too busy, but I decided to anyways. And I ended up getting some really good leaderboard times and making some new friends. The year before, someone popped up on my leaderboard named Krish. He was already kind of part of my community. He's in my Twitch chat right now. Krish killed it. Him and I were back to back regularly fighting for the #1 spot. And this person who was previously, no offense, Krish, just another chatter hanging out on Twitch stream with me, now is a moderator in my Twitch chat, a person I talk to regularly. I had to bully him into hanging out with me when he finally came to SF, and also got me to record a talk for him and his college. That's because him and I both decided to do Advent of Code. We impressed each other, got closer through that, and he massively increased the likelihood that he finds success in the industry through me by doing that. Just by doing the stupid programming challenge, it's a waste of time. It's silly, and he's tired of being exposed, but I'm trying to make this point is these types of things increase your surface area. I really got to run. Let's figure out if there's other important pieces here, or I might just like tell people to go read the whole thing themselves. Yeah. The lesson here isn't that every excess outlay of effort pays dividends immediately. It's that people really notice when you show up, despite it not being a matter of duty or obviously in your self-interest, and people remember it. I got one other point on this one, actually. Actually, I'm going to text someone quick. Just asked the person I have to do a call with if I can delay. Hopefully that'll be good. God. I have another silly example because there are so many of these. I put too much effort into a lot of projects. Like the one app 5 stacks project I did somewhat recently. That was way too much effort, and I got basically fucking nothing for it. Thankful for the sponsors that made it financially viable, but like the extra effort we put in there got us nothing. But then Snitchbench. Snitchbench was something that I cared a lot about because I was mad about the misinformation spreading about the new Anthropic models because people didn't actually read the system card they were screenshotting and bitching about. And it just frustrated me to see that misinformation. I recorded the video for this 4 times, and I threw out the first 3. I did this video many times because I cared a lot about it. And every time I did it, I was pretty happy with and proud of the video. But then I realized I could make it clearer and more concise and make the thing I was testing better. And then one night I was lying in bed and just couldn't stop thinking about the right way to build the actual bench. Because the first 3 times I did this, I had literally just copy pasted a prompt that would possibly make it flag and add a couple tool calls hard coded into an open source AI chat app and was by hand running each test. But I realized I could automate all of this. Like, obviously I could, but I thought of like what it would look like technically to do that, how I could add multiple steps and revisions throughout it, how I could analyze the results, and realized this would be fun to build. The video is not going to do any better. Like, if I had put out one of the first 3 videos, it probably would have performed as good, if not better, than the one I ended up doing instead. But I wanted to do this. I nerd sniped myself into spending way too much fucking time on Snitchbench. And I did. And I made a benchmark that has paid its way in dividends so many times. The fact that the benchmark is now more relevant than the video is weird, because normally the things I do are relevant because of the video, not the other way. Snitchbench is relevant because it's a good benchmark. And I didn't think it was when I made it. I didn't realize it until Simon fucking Willison wrote a post about it. And now Simon and Theo are friends. I am so lucky to call Simon a friend. He is the fucking best. He's the guy who created Django. He has an incredible blog about AI stuff. And since he, I'll air these details. He'll be fine with it. And apparently he has been nerding out about my benchmark constantly. It's one of his favorite things to bring up in conversation with others. And that's why I got to meet him, because when I brought it up with somebody, they're like, oh, Snitchbench, I was just talking with Simon about that. You should meet him. On the list of people who told me that I should meet Simon include, but are not limited to, Jason, the list of people who told me to meet him includes, but is not limited to, Joshua, the creator of Delicious. If you know, you know. Tom Scott, you know Tom Scott. Multiple OpenAI employees and a bunch of other just like random mutuals have been telling me for a while since I did Snitchbench that I need to meet Simon. And when the time finally came and we got to meet, we did. And it was awesome. He's great. And by doing something like he did, and this is the fun twist, Simon, by doing this, increased his surface area for luck too. This is the thing that I'm pretty sure he'll be cool with me sharing. Simon doesn't take any money for his work right now. His blog doesn't make him jack fucking shit. I didn't realize how basically 0 money he was making on that. And he doesn't know how to like figure out the sponsor side and how to talk to brands and make that all come together, especially concerned about appearing biased if he has ads for things in his articles. And I'm sorry that I might ruin the beautiful perfection that is Simon's blog without ads, but I think he deserves to make money for the incredible work he's doing. So now he has the opportunity to potentially 10x plus his income because I'm going to forward half my fucking sponsors to him because that dude deserves to make money for the work that he's doing. So by writing about this thing that was exciting to him and making the connection because of this thing that was mutually exciting to us, I have an awesome new friend and connection in the industry and tons of opportunities from it. And he can meaningfully, massively increase his income for work he would have done anyways. That's awesome. We both inadvertently, without even thinking about each other, massively increase the likelihood that we both succeed. It's so cool. That's what we're talking about here. Speaking of which, this point from Kate's article seems like it's going in more in depth than exactly what I'm saying here. Give before you take. Another thing I've noticed about many people who've achieved outlier success, they're surrounded by people who they trust implicitly and who value loyalty and reciprocity. Essentially, their professional lives are one giant positive-sum game where everyone's eager to do favors for one another. I work so hard to do this. I need every single person in my life to feel like I'm fighting for them and like they're getting more than they're giving. I work really hard for that. It's so important to me because, like, how do I put this? I am irreplaceable to some extent in the sense that, like, if you put someone else on my YouTube channel, it will make way less money. My team is also irreplaceable, but they don't make as much as I do because it's not theirs. And that's a huge imbalance. And I care a lot about that imbalance. So I go out of my way to make sure everyone around gets massive benefits whenever I possibly can give them to them because they are choosing to spend this time working with me and building and doing with me. I like to think that I give a lot more than I take overall. There are always places where I'm fucking up and trying to learn and do better in, but it's so important to give more. And again, to go to my favorite example, hey Theo, T3 chat looks successful. Can I have a job, please? I need a computer. What the fuck have you given me? You're not looking for an opportunity. You're not looking to improve yourself. You're looking for a handout. Just ask me for $1,000. It's more transparent. I'm still going to block you for it, but like, you're doing it so wrong. You need to build connections. Meanwhile, if you hit me up with something that solves a problem of mine, like the dev who hit me up with the extension for Zen, the hotkey to show and hide the UI for Excalidraw, the moment he DMs me that he is starting a company, I ask him how much money he needs and I write the check. Because he's not going to tell me he's raising money. He's going to tell me that he's doing a startup and would love my thoughts on what he's building. And my thoughts are, first, can I invest? Because he is practical, in the weeds, solving problems. And the first time I ever saw his name, ever, was when he showed up in my chat to link me something super useful between filming of videos. So good. And if you can be useful before you ask for things, you won't even have to ask because the person on the other side will notice that you could probably benefit from the thing and do it. The best position to be in is one where you don't have to ask for what you need. You give what you can, and then you are shown what you need and given it to you by the same people. Okay, you just broke my brain here, Dak. This is what I mean. This is what I mean by I think when people say, don't meet your heroes, they're coming at their heroes with the wrong mindset. It's their fault, not their heroes, because people just go up and ask for shit. I've never thought about it this way, Dak, and you're entirely right. Because I always say, meet your fucking heroes. I've met so many. I've met all of my heroes outside of like 2 or 3 in skateboarding that are still alive. And they've all been fucking awesome. So awesome. I wouldn't give that up for anything. But I didn't go to them asking for something. I went to them to thank them for something or give them something or help how I could with something. I met Tony Hawk a few times. He's fucking awesome. We're so lucky as skateboarding to have Tony as our figurehead, like the person who represents our sport, being as genuinely great and awesome as Tony Hawk is. Like, we're so lucky to not have a shithead leading skateboarding. But yeah, I hadn't thought of it this way. This is what people are probably doing wrong, because if they met their hero and went up and asked for something and didn't get it, they'd come back with a very different perspective than I do. That makes all the sense in the world. Thank you, Dak, for that. Oh, that's another good point too. The Sahaj thing. Here's another really good example. This is from Sahaj, who is one of the winners of the Clonathon and also the creator of TweakCN, the set of themes for ShadCN, was one of the coolest like modern ShadCN tailwindy things possible. Like, it's so useful to have a set of different styles and themes you can use for your ShadCN stuff. Great project. I'm bringing him up because he sent me one of the best DMs I've ever gotten. Obviously, he's already built a lot of context with me. I know who he is. I know how valuable his work is. We've had awesome conversations. And he hits me up with one of the best I need a job DMs I've ever gotten. I'm currently job hunting and figured I'd reach out after seeing you help a couple people on stream. Any guidance would be immensely helpful. Draws a really, really readable diagram, very much inspired by the way I do things, with the DevOps info on one side, design on the other side, showing where his strengths are in building. Here's how I'd bucket my skills at the moment. I should mention I'm looking for remote opportunities, happy to provide more details as necessary. 4 sentences, really, really good context. No brain power on my part. I already know who he is. I already know that he's good. Sends me this. I'm like, oh, this is so easy for me to refer for. I don't have to put any extra work in to figure out what you're good at, what you're bad at, what you're interested in, what you're not interested in, where you can work, where you can't work. And I liked it so much that I didn't even refer him to anybody. I literally just posted this. One of the most compelling, I'm looking for work DMs I've ever gotten. Diagram's incredible. Hire him. I'm confident he's good. Want to know what happened 10 fucking days later? That was on the 14th. And then on the 25th, so 11 days later, he joins V0 at Vercel. I didn't do this. This is not my doing. This is his doing. He so massively increased his surface area for luck that in 10 days, he went from needing a job to having a super cool job in one of the best possible places in the industry that'll give him connections that will last a lifetime. I didn't do that. He did that. His way of communicating with me massively increased the surface area for him to have this lucky thing happen, but that's his surface area and his lucky thing. I'm just a small part of that puzzle. But it's his fucking puzzle, and he owned it, and he won his success. That's what we're talking about here. All right, just making sure that if I have to run for a call, I can. I might have to suddenly disappear for like 20 minutes. I'm sorry in ahead if I do. Kate here said that she'd put herself in the category of partway there. While I don't have some huge high-trust mafia, I've built close professional ties over the last few years with some people I trust like family. I drop everything for them if needed, or I drop everything for them if they needed something, and I know they'd do the same for me. It's hard to overstate the value of having connections like this, and a crowded network of such connections will make you practically invincible. Kate, I'm going to hit you up after this. I would like to be part of that network for you, because you are thinking about this in all of the right fucking ways, and I love what you're doing. There's only one way to start building this kind of network, which is to act with generosity towards others before you know whether it will be reciprocated. Generosity can be in the form of attention, like being unusually responsive, conversational, or generosity can be in a couple different forms, like attention, like you're responsive as hell in the conversation. You're a good person to talk to about the thing. It could be in the form of time, like you're going out of your way to meet them when it's convenient for them, not you, or helping them out with small tasks. Or it can be a resource, like buying them lunch. Air your weirdness. It's so underappreciated how powerful it is to put your thoughts on the internet. Yes, even now in 2025, when Substack is the hot social network, yeah, sharing your actual way of thinking about things can be really powerful. In an imaginary world where God dropped me into the life of someone who didn't have any professional connections, starting a blog is one of the first things I'd do. To be fair, I don't know how much success many can have with blogs. That said, here I am reading her blog, just glazing it endlessly. And if she didn't have endless opportunities in the field, I would be making sure she does. So she has a point there. Ignore me. She's right here, almost certainly. She's proving herself right by me reading this right now. As it is, my Substack has made it much easier to hire at Astera. I've been surprised at how many promising candidates come to us through it or mention it as a factor in why they took the job. My friend Ben Kuhn, who's also a blogger, has written about experiencing the same in his time at Wave. But of course it makes sense. The best candidates are aligned with your values. And those are also the values of the people who are going to enjoy your work the most. The writing doesn't have to be spectacularly original or particularly literate. It just has to be genuine reflections on who you are and what you're interested in. Ding, ding, ding. Hot take. If you actually care about the shit, this part's so easy that you don't need to be told it. If this is something that's hard for you to understand, you probably don't care enough about the things you're trying to find opportunities in. I can't tell you how many shitty creator tool startups I've talked to that don't actually care about YouTubers or care about content creation. In fact, it's often the opposite. They look down on creators and they're upset that the creators are famous and they're not. And they think if the tools were good enough, they'd be famous and the other creators would have competition. That's not how it works. If you can't empathize with us properly, don't fucking talk to us. You're wasting our time. So if you are hitting up the guy who created Solid.js to tell him about how he's wrong and React's the best thing ever, what the fuck are you doing? If you're writing a blog post comparing frameworks when you don't actually care about JavaScript, you really like backend design, why are you doing that? Don't write an article about React if you're a backend dev. Talk about the things you care about that are exciting to you, that you want to talk about. I have to run. Sorry, give me a bit. Good news, nerds. I'm back. Sorry for the delays. Even better news is the thing that meant I had to end stream early is done, which means I don't have to end stream early anymore. We can do this for however long we feel like now, and I will probably go for far too long now. Yay. I'm excited. Feels good to not have a timer on me anymore. What did I miss in chat while I was gone? I want to think about it. Yeah. Happy you guys had fun. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was gone. You got Captain Mexico and Atomos here with the subs. Appreciate you both a ton. 22 months in, Amados. Amatamos? Hopefully I got that right. Should be able to get that right at this point. We have the results posted. I still have to make the top 8 a little more formal and do a few other things with it, but soon. Just we're so behind on videos, I got to grind them out. So, speaking of which, Lux surface area. Back to it. I love that YouTube chat died while I was gone. Just gonna kill that. Not the live stream chat. I'll just have to check here. Say hi to people. Oh shit, Nizzy. Good to see you, man. Hope all's well. As we were doing. What was the tangent I was about to go on? Oh, I remember now. Cool. Yeah. So. Yeah, I probably have to cut a lot of what I said for this paragraph before because I want to just redo it. Yeah, I'll just reread this and start from there. Cool. But of course, it makes sense. The best candidates are aligned with your values, and those are also the people who are going to enjoy your work the most. The writing doesn't have to be spectacularly original or particularly literate. It just has to genuinely reflect who you are and what you're interested in. This is such an important point. If your takeaway from this article is that you should go write about React, different JavaScript frameworks, even though you prefer backend dev stuff, you are learning the wrong things from here. If your takeaway is that you should be spamming somebody like Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid.js, with all these things that you love about React, you're a little closer, but still pretty far off of what we're trying to say. If you're sharing the things you care about with someone else who cares about them, you're much more likely to find success from that. Like, here's an example of something that would go very well. If I make some comment in a video like this one that hits you a certain way, maybe you disagree with it, and then as you think about it more, you come around to it, or maybe you used to think this way and you change your mind over time, and you hit me up, hey, Theo, you said this in this video. I thought about this so much that I ended up writing a blog post about it. Here's the thing I wrote about this one sentence you said. I'm curious what your thoughts are. I kind of have to read that. I don't like just reading random blog posts that get DM'd to me, but if it's clear that something I said inspired you enough to just go talk about this thing that you care about, I have to engage. It's no longer a choice. It's now a necessity. It's a thing I have to do because I also care enough about the thing to have talked about it in a video in the first place. And if that's the approach you're taking, is the things that excite you enough that you want to talk about them, you want to write about them, you want to think about them, you want to spend your time and your mental cycles on these things, those are the right things for your time. Oh boy, here's the next fun point. Host events. One way to increase serendipity is to throw parties or events, especially a regular series of get-togethers that's low pressure to attend. This is not my thing at all, and I hesitate to suggest it because it's so far so not my thing. I'll let people come through and chill and hang, and occasionally cool connections happen inside of my apartment. But at the same time, I'm not the big events guy, and I also know that if you're in an area where you don't have a lot of these people around, you can't really do this at all. This is very much an SF take. Or maybe a college student take where you're the place that devs come to hang out. If you can pull that off in college, if you can have the cool place people go to chill every Friday to talk about nerdy stuff or whatever, or you're the place that is like the meetup for homework help for different software dev classes, those are all awesome things. If you can be the point of contact and the place where these conversations happen, that'll be huge. That's kind of what I've done with my channel. Is this is one of the places that these deep dives on random new technologies happen. And it's, you know, the joke of I'll wait for the Fireship video or I'll wait for the Theo video. That's because I became a place for the conversation. And now there are people who write their blog posts and their announcements around what it would look like for Theo to react to it. So on one hand, I don't think everyone needs to go host events. But on the other hand, I've seen this work for myself and others, even if I'm not trying to do it. And there's a whole friend group now in SF that's like the Theo Orbiter Circle, the people who I help move out here and their friends, and the group that's formed around that. They have their own Discord servers I'm not in. They have their own events they do every Friday that I'm not invited to. They have their own world. And I know I could dive in and be part of it if I wanted to, but it's honestly cooler that that exists as its own thing that they made as a group, because now that's one of the strongest networks in the city. And I've seen them bring people in who are like both way more successful and way less successful than the average person in the group, and end up just melding in perfectly and helping everyone as a whole go up with it. It's so cool. And I get to buy him dinner every once in a while, which is awesome. Yeah. As Kate says here, still Kate, right? Let me just make sure I got the name right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. As Kate says, these things can be extremely simple, like having acquaintances over for coffee at your place or on your stoop, or having a casual meeting at a pizza place. You can do this if you know 5 people in your city, or 500. In my experience, lots of people want more social interaction, but few are willing to initiate events. So it's powerful to be the person who provides for the unmet need. That's a big thing. If others want a thing and you want the thing, and you're the one to step up and do the thing, that will usually be really beneficial. Even if the thing fails, you still get the learning that you thought others would want this and it turns out they didn't. All huge wins. Even when you have an established network, it's a great way to densify the connections in your life. That's why I routinely will host get-togethers, even though I can get socially overloaded and frequently have to retreat to my room to recharge for a few minutes. Oh man, too real. Way too easy to relate. Unsure of what to host? At the risk of losing my edge, I'm going to let you in on a secret. Bagel brunch. My husband and I host them once a month, and they've become the cornerstone of our social life. You can feed dozens of people for cheap. It feels low stakes to everyone involved, and there's rarely any competition for people's time early in the day on weekends. All good points. Like, what are you doing at 11 a.m. on a weekend? Probably nothing. And now you're only going to network with people who actually wake up in time to do stuff like that, which is professional-wise very useful. But optimizing for the type of event you would be excited to go to is also useful, because you want to surround yourself with the types of people that you want to work with. And a period of lostness is a big part. I think I'm going to love this section. The beginning of the process is going to feel artificial, like you're socially flailing and trying too hard. I can't tell you how awkward I felt when I was first joining Twitter spaces about programming stuff. I was like, why am I here? Why do people care? And now millions of people listen to me every month. It's kind of crazy how quick that happened. And also, importantly, how quickly I just kind of got over it. Like, I just get put in front of a stage with 800 people and talk like there's nobody there. I don't even think about it anymore. It just doesn't faze me. But it had to start very differently. I had to feel awkward as hell initially. Because you'll be socially flailing and trying too hard. Or because of all of this, you're going to be socially flailing and you'll be trying way too hard. Surely, you might think to yourself, everyone can tell that I don't belong here. Sending out a bunch of cold emails, scheduling random meetings, asking a lot of questions. The whole landscape will be obscure to you. Some people who claim to be important will turn out not to be. And some people without any public presence will turn out to be extremely influential behind the scenes. I can't tell you how many of these fucking people I've met over the last few years. You have no idea who's quietly like sitting in one of the back seats at some random event that secretly owns the fucking venue or has some of the craziest connections you've ever met. Like, I have met so many random quiet people in the back of a venue that came up to me because they liked my content that it turns out are friends of Sam Altman's. It's crazy. All of that said, don't schedule random meetings ever. Don't just send someone a calendar invite. Find something useful to talk about with them first over DMs. Then if it makes sense to do a meeting, you will realize that. eventually. But don't ever start with the like, can I get some of your time? Here's my calendar link. Fuck all of that shit. Don't ask for time. Ask something interesting, and then you'll get time for free. This is actually a common trope in the startup world. When you want to raise, ask for help. When you want help, ask for money. If your goal is to raise money for your company, don't go to VCs asking for money. Go to them asking for their thoughts and assistance in things they can, like ways to help you plan what you're going to do, and they'll offer you money. I even said this before. If the guy who made my hotkey to turn this on and off hits me up for advice for his startup, I start by saying, can I give you money? If he hits me up asking for money, I'll probably still do it because he's impressed me in the past, but I'm going to immediately try and push towards like, how can I help you? You get the opposite of what you ask for in certain situations. But if you just ask for the thing that is the most like simple and obvious, you might be surprised that the thing you actually want down the line is what you get instead. Like if you hit me up asking a question about something I care a lot about in one of my videos with the goal of getting my attention, you're going to get my attention really fast with that. Or if you like want to get me into a meeting with you, don't ask me for a meeting. Ask me a question that's interesting enough that I feel like I need to hop on a call with you. Oh God, what's going on here? Yeah, Ben, sorry. Go get steaks and bring them back. If I get steak for dinner, do whatever the fuck you want. Absolutely. Anyways. And then something will start to change. You'll make a couple of key contacts who will introduce you to their favorite people. Some might refer to those key contacts as friends. You'll start to get a sense of who's respected, who's a drama factory, who can be counted on, and who's flaky. I can't tell you how quick this happens. It's stupid. Just like knowing these two people are going to like each other, trying to get them in the same room together, and now they like are inseparable. It's hilarious how like this happened last week all of the time. And it's so exciting to get to make those connections. Like that's my favorite thing is since I know all of these people, I convinced one of my friends from college that I like have been homies with for almost 10 plus years to move to SF recently, dropped him into this Theo Orbiter friend group, and now he's everyone's favorite person in the fucking group. Shout out to Vaughn, fucking legend. It's so cool that I get to bring these people together. It's the best feeling for me. And I'm not doing anything. I'm just putting two cool people in a room. Your goal should be to be one of those people. But in order to be one of the people that's cool in the room, you have to have things you care enough about to both be cool and to get in the room. Yeah, as Kate says, you'll quickly get a sense of who's respected, who's a drama factory, who can be counted on, and who's flaky. It's also worth noting that your initial judgment of these people purely from the outside could be entirely wrong. A comment I still get a lot that at this point I just find funny is, wow, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and caring with everything you do. I thought you were going to be a drama farmer because you were a YouTuber. For every drama you guys see me cover or talk about on Twitter, there are 10 or more that I quietly got to stop behind the scenes. Not ones that I was starting, ones that somebody hit me up because they thought I would cover it. And instead, I like get the people to make amends, and stop fucking going at each other's throats. I have prevented so much fucking drama because I don't like it. I don't enjoy drama. If it makes it to my channel, it's usually because I couldn't find another way to get the thing handled. But because it makes it to my channel at all, this assumption happens that I'm a drama factory. But if you ignore that assumption and have the conversation with people, you'll quickly learn that I'm not. But if you operate under assumptions you've made purely externally with no experience with these people at all, you're going to make mistakes. That said, everyone has assumptions about everything. Everyone has assumptions about literally fucking every single thing going on always. The key isn't to try and reduce the assumptions. Do it as much as you can. The key is to let your assumptions be corrected quickly when new information is discovered. An example here is you think Theo is just a drama farmer. And then you hear from some other person that you do like, Theo helped me a ton when I was in a tough spot. Maybe I was wrong about him. You need to be able to go through this loop. I'm using myself as an example here, not because I think you should pretend I'm not a drama farmer or whatever. I'm using myself as an example because I go through this a lot. And the best thing I've done for my reputation is nothing to do with how I present myself. It's that I've been around long enough that the people who I helped out are now successful in their own ways. And those people will defend the shit out of me. And that's not a bet I'm making. I'm just reaching out to these people because I think their shit's cool. I hit up Ben, my channel manager, because I genuinely liked his content and he seemed like he was burning out. I think he even tweeted that he was burning out. And I hit him up because I wanted to support him through the burnout phase. I hit up Mickey because he has an awesome energy with the content that he's creating that is kind of missing in the software dev YouTube space. And I wanted more of it. And I hit him up trying to figure out how I could encourage him to keep going down that path. And now he's blowing up on Twitter because he posted a video that I bullied him into posting there. I love those things. None of that's my doing. I didn't make these opportunities. I just hit up people who were doing stuff that I liked, and then they became more successful because the thing that I liked is applicable beyond me. And now they credit me for things that I don't deserve credit for, and they defend me for things I probably don't deserve defense for. And those people have saved my fucking reputation. Because even if you fucking hate my guts, every YouTuber you go to watch instead knows what I actually stand for, what I'm actually doing, and most of them will defend the shit out of me, even to their own detriment, and I have to tell them to stop. Hopefully you get the point that I'm trying to make here. Like, your reputation, hopefully you get the point I'm trying to make here. Like, don't let someone's public reputation keep you from making connections that could be useful. Another fun one here, somebody actually brought this up, the WordPress drama. I have been trying so hard to get Matt Mullenweg to ramp down this drama. He's finally starting to. I'm hyped that this seems to be settling a bit. It's not my doing at all. I'm just trying to get this guy to calm down. But through that, he's actually grown to like me quite a bit. I got invited to his birthday party, and I made some connections here. Ready for a crazy loop? Me going to the WordPress creator's birthday party resulted in me meeting Joshua, the creator of Delicious, who I was talking about earlier. See how all of these things feed into each other? The amount of crazy connections that happen from the weirdest fucking places. Just by being there, being accessible, being real, and talking about the things you actually give a shit about, it's unbelievable. There is no growth hack that is greater than caring about the things you... there is no growth hack that is more powerful than talking about the shit you care about with others who also care about the thing. That will always lead you to success faster than anything else, and anyone trying to say otherwise is trying to sell you some shit. And honestly, this author is one of the first people I found that is telling this like it is, and is also trying to sell you some shit. A really cheap book that I will be buying immediately. I'm signing up for the notifications for it now, and you should too. Link for all of this is in the description. I'm not joking. I just signed up because I'm buying this fucking book. Oh, speaking of which, we're on the last paragraph. Really good timing. So this is right after the bit about who's good and who's bad, the drama factory, all that. And then what? I could give you an after picture of what the life of a well-connected person looks like. There are many enticing possible descriptions, but the magic of the whole process is that I have no idea what form your luck will take. Why is this so good? This is a point I should have made. Your success shouldn't look like mine. I am me and you're you. If you learn the right lessons from this, you will go and talk a lot more about the things you care about and spend more time with those and others who also care about them. That's the lesson to learn. And the result of that won't be you're yet another YouTuber talking about TypeScript. The result will be something entirely different that you're really excited about yourself. Kate couldn't have predicted what might happen. Kate says here that I can't predict what might happen any more than she could have predicted that she'd end up here after emerging from rehab 4.5 years ago with little more than curiosity and desperation. Her imagination couldn't have conceived how rich her life could get. She really started making her own luck. The same is likely true of you. What a good read. This one hit deeper. It's been a while since I felt something like this after reading a post like this. Thank you so much, Kate, for writing this. I hope that I'm doing a good enough job promoting you, your work, and your book. This was an incredible article, and I think you changed some lives by writing this. I'd be surprised if you didn't. I'd be really surprised if just the process of writing this doesn't result in the trajectory of a handful of people's lives being changed in a way that actually impacts the whole world. Thank you for writing this and giving me the opportunity to rant about these things. I appreciate you immensely. Give her a follow. Buy her fucking book. I'm so excited about what she's doing. Thank you all, as always, for taking the time. I hope you get to increase your luck a bit after watching this, and maybe this video is part of that luck surface that you're building in the first place. Let me know how y'all feel. Until next time, stay lucky. I have to send a DM. Cool. Sorry, had to reply to some things. Here's the article, by the way. Sorry, YouTube chat. It's very broken right now. Blame YouTube, not me. Branding, that one's going to be a bitch. Maybe. Interesting, Zerk. I'm already planning some overhauls there. I hope that... How do I put this? I hope that I don't end up stepping on your toes with this, with the overhaul I'm doing. So I've been working on another bench. I can show some of the code for it. It's skate bench. Don't need these anymore. And it's a similar code base, but way simpler. The goal here was to let you define a test purely as JSON and then run it very simply. But I have to I'm going to make a terminal UI for it and shit. I'm going to have resumability, versioning and a bunch of other things. I have a lot of ideas, but I think I'm going to use this as the basis, not Snitchbench, to make a more to make a benchmarking framework for TypeScript devs. So I'm very excited to look at these PRs later. But I might have to not merge them simply because I'm so deep in thinking about this other path for this. Yeah, benchmark meta framework. I kind of mean that I'm going to do that, sadly. benchmark thing. God damn it, guys. Well, thank you, Kiko, here for the Prime sub. Appreciate that a ton. This feels like a free video. Let's do it. This is a good article. I'm going to save this to reference and other things in the future. Oh, so cray. I hate this. I hate that you're right. I've been getting this feedback from people much smarter than me that Snitchbench is actually novel enough to be worthwhile. It's like the whole concept was stolen from a fucking research thing. It was stolen from Anthropic's system card. I just went a little harder with it. You're right. I don't want to do research. I have so much other shit to do. I'll figure this out later. But I have to complain about React. That's my job. That's also fair, Shamu. What do you have for me before I do my marker? This is like a fun read off stream because I have no idea how I would package whatever the point of this is. Saving that for later. Oh, I'm sorry, Zerk. I did go in depth on that. If you use YouTube, you can rewind to see that bit. I'm sorry, I can't repeat myself because I have to start filming another video, but I gave some good context. Yeah, sorry about that. Bad timing. Let me do this. Avoid React. Cool. What the fuck did I do to my setup where like the angle's that bad? Yeah, that's fine. Let me fix my hair a little. Good enough. We'll go with it. Cool. It's 2025. Are you seriously still using React, that slow, bloated framework that was built at Facebook that people are using for their blogs for some reason? Do you actually need it? There's no way you're benefiting from using something that big and slow. That is, according to today's article, this is why you should avoid React.js in your app. As you guys know, I have my own thoughts and feelings about React. It is beneficial in lots of ways. It isn't in others. I have rotated throughout my career from being the anti-web guy to the React guy to the Svelte guy to the solid guy, back to the React defender to an extent. And every time we find one of these articles, we find some good points somewhere within it. And they're usually also surrounded with a bunch of bad understandings and bullshit. I'm really hopeful that this one will be a fun read. But someone's got to cover my fucking therapy bills after the last few, so we're going to do a quick word from today's sponsor for that, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. So let's see why a tech founder or an entrepreneur should avoid React. I feel like these are the two groups that benefit the most from it, but we'll see where this brings us. React's one of the most commonly picked frameworks when building web apps today. One of the most? No, it's the most. Don't pretend otherwise. But if you're a founder or a decision maker, especially in early stage tech, following that trend could quietly sabotage your product. React isn't just slow, it's a bloated ecosystem with technical debt baked into its DNA. Yet despite this, it keeps being chosen. Why? This is going to be a read. You know what? I'm going to redo the intro based on that. Cool. I think the intro is literally just this, maybe like black text or black background, white text, invert it so it looks better and like reveal it as I read it. Cool. You can figure it out. You can make this a good intro. React.js is one of the most commonly picked frameworks when building web apps today. But if you're a founder or a decision maker, especially in early stage tech, following that trend could quietly sabotage your product. React isn't just slow. It's a bloated ecosystem with technical debt baked into its DNA. Yet despite this, it keeps being chosen. Why? Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one. React, the notoriously slow, terrible, massively unadopted framework. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one, isn't it? I always love breaking down these React sucks articles because usually they have some good points within them, and I try to find those because I've went throughout my career from being the backend guy who hated front end to the React guy who hated other languages and frameworks to the Svelte guy that people thought would never use React again to the Solid supporter to the Astro guy to the Next.js guy to whatever the hell I am now. I've been through it with my relationship with React, and I wish people who hated it would acknowledge what it's good at, but usually they fail to do it. This will be an interesting one, in particular, the focus on tech founders and entrepreneurs, because even if you disagree with my takes on shipping at scale, I would hope you understand that I'm good enough at the tech entrepreneur and founder side at this point. I've bootstrapped a business myself. I've successfully spun up businesses myself. I have been helping many others go from 2 employees to millions of dollars a year in revenue. I know this part particularly well. So my thoughts on this and how React plays into the role of a scalable business, I don't think it's that disputable. That said, this article is looking like it's going to cause me some psychic damage. Someone's got to pay the therapy bills. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive all in. So we're going to do a quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in to the utter chaos that's going to be this article. So let's dive in. We started with the intro, which is that React's one of the most commonly picked frameworks, not the most commonly, I guess. There's going to be one of those articles where they like shill WordPress. I'm going to go insane. But React is the most popular way to start new things today. That's not disputed. That's reality. So apparently there's 2 psychological traps that led to that. Pluralistic ignorance and false consensus effect. I'm going to be angry after this one, aren't I? What's pluralistic ignorance? Pluralistic ignorance happens when a group of people privately disagree with something, but go along with it anyway because they wrongly believe everyone else supports it. It's the no one believes it, but everyone thinks everyone believes it effect. Oh, so this is the delusion that you have, but you've convinced yourself everyone else thinks too. That's what this is. Like, the quiet majority, the silent majority is not as real a thing as you probably want to think it is. The majority opinion is spoken about quite a bit. But if all of the people who suck at writing code and are unsuccessful and running in circles on shitty code bases are the people you're talking about here, yeah, they probably quietly think that React sucks because they don't really think a whole lot. And the reason they don't say it isn't because they're scared because everyone else supports it. It's because everybody else knows better than them and they'll embarrass themselves when they say it, as the author's likely about to do. In the React ecosystem, this plays out when devs or decision makers sense that React is problematic. Maybe it's unnecessarily complex, slow, or convoluted, but they still recommend it. Why? Because they assume everyone else must know something that they don't. They fear being the odd one out. They don't want to challenge the safe choice, even if it's obviously flawed. Let's hear what these flaws are. Oh boy, this is how you end up with startups building MVPs that perform like shit and no one wants to admit it. I have some bad news. I have been auditing enough startups to call this absolute utter fucking bullshit. There is no startup that's product is slow because they picked fucking React. There's a lot of products that are slow because they're built on Rails, or they're built on some weird architecture with serverless that takes forever to spin up because their binaries are too large, or they pick the wrong database that causes requests to take too long, or they're doing a ton of waterfalling on the client, requesting 15 things before the page loads, which you can do in every framework, by the way. There is nothing about React that causes a startup's website to be slow. There's a lot of things about writing software that cause that, and none of them are specific to or even relevant to React. If anything, because the React ecosystem is so well developed, there are solutions to all of these problems that don't exist in other places. So what's the false consensus effect? I thought we were going to get to actual problems, but let's see what the other psychological analysis you're doing on me as a professional developer is. Let's hear that. The false consensus effect is the tendency to overestimate how much others agree with your beliefs, values, or choices. Oh, you mean the thing you just did here? The no one believes it, but everyone believes it effect? The thing that you just literally did 3 paragraphs up. Is that what you're referring to with false consensus? I just want to be sure, Mr. Author, that I understand. Also, my disclaimer, should have put this earlier. Do not harass the author or anybody whose work comes up. If you harass this person, you are absolutely not part of my... If you harass this author for their work, you are doing a disservice to me, to the React community, and to all the awesome people hanging out making content with me. Let me take the fall for this. I am the asshole here. Be the good guy, not the asshole. Let me do this part. Don't cause problems. Don't make the rest of the community look bad. Let me be the dick. Anyways. In tech, this shows up when a dev sees their bubble of Hacker News, Reddit, or Twitter hyping React and assuming everyone's using React, so it must be the best. Let's do an experiment. According to this author, my bubble is going to be so into React, I'm going to get nothing but 10 out of 10 replies here. According to me, the guy who's often stuck defending React, I'll be surprised if the average is higher than a 6. Got an 8 and a 7 from people who are watching stream and hopping over immediately. We'll come back to this in a little bit once it has more replies. What's ignored is that everyone is often a vocal minority or tied to companies with different needs than yours. Facebook built internal tools for its own. Google, with Angular, and Vercel with Next, designed frameworks for their specific monetization needs. How is Next designed for Vercel's monetization needs? God, I wish I could interview these people sometimes. Like, I want it to be a conversation. I actually want to put somebody's feet to the fire and have them explain to me how Next is designed around Vercel's needs to make money. It's just these delusions, man. Your startup is not Facebook, and your customers are not looking for hydration strategies and route manifests. They just want your app to work. So here's the really fun thing. Do you think server components were added to React because Facebook needed them? Fun fact about the actual history of server components, they weren't made because Facebook needed them. They were made because Facebook already had their own equivalent solution to them with their crazy hack language that's built on top of PHP. And it's a PHP styled thing that compiles with C++. Hack's a hack. It's absolute fucking chaos. But hack is how their infra works. It's how they do their templating. It's how they do everything. And then React takes over once you get to the client. Why is all of this relevant? This is relevant because that's not what server components are. The way that data goes through your React app, or the way that data goes through a React app at Meta is very different from how it goes through one built with Next. The way it works at Meta is effectively every route has all of the queries it needs to make compiled at build time. So it goes through all the components that exist in a route tree, finds all of the GraphQL requests that all of those components will make, and combines them into a single request that occurs as soon as you start loading the page. That request goes to the backend and hack or whatever else, gets as much data as it can before it hits all the defers, and then passes that all down and then streams the rest when it's ready, the ones that you indicate can wait via those defer calls. The magic here is that you get this really nice pattern where you have a template that is useful on first load. You have one request that all of the data comes through with, and then the UI appears once the data is ready. Not the other way around. Not the component appears, fetches the data, shows a loading state until the data's in. The magic of this is why they built Relay. It's also why Relay is so hard to use, because you have to architect your entire framework, code base, and brain around this idea of combining all these fragments into a single query that will load all of your page's content. And this is a thing you have to bet everything on with your infrastructure to make it work, but it works incredibly well. It works so well that Facebook does not need server components at all. Server components are Facebook's attempt to take the benefits of everything I just described and bring those benefits to the rest of the world so that more of us can build cool things and get the same performance benefits that Facebook sees from this absolute chaos of infrastructure. There's a lot of reasons for this. It could be the fact that there's other projects at Facebook that want to hit that quality bar but don't have that good of a layer for the data. It could be that they have other businesses that they want to see find success, and they want the React ecosystem to keep growing, because the more successful React is and the more successful businesses are built on React, the more the ecosystem grows, and the more that benefits Facebook. Or it could just be that they want their open source project to win. All of these things are why server components happened, and none of these things are Facebook's monetization needs being aligned with server components. They have lost so much money on that shit, it's hilarious. But they gave us a very generous gift, because Google solves this problem their own way. The framework that we get from Google, Angular, doesn't provide any of this. And the idea of server-driven UI is not one that exists in the Angular framework at all. But Google needs that for a lot of products, including YouTube, including Gmail, including lots of other things. The idea that the server can tell the client how to make the UI look, regardless of the platform, is a very important thing that none of these companies have provided us the pieces to do. React took a bet on a different way of doing it that's really cool and powerful, and admittedly has edge cases. But man, there's a lot to dive into on this. I have a feeling I'm not going to agree with this author at all. It'd be cool if we do find something, though. A dramatic example. Oh, God. Let's say you're building a consumer-facing app and you pick React because it's the standard. A few months in, your app is sluggish, SEO is broken unless you wrap everything in Next, which adds complexity and server costs. Then you need hydration strategies, suspense, server components, client components, but none of these solve the core issue. Can you say why your app is sluggish? Why is the app sluggish? Is the app sluggish because you're waterfalling a bunch of data? You have a component that fetches data, and it mounts another component which fetches data, then has another component which fetches data? Because that's not React that's doing that. That's you that's doing that. And there's no solution that fixes this. I can't tell you how many awful Rails, or I can't tell you how much awful Rails code I've read, where instead of using a join to select data that is relational, they just do like 5 separate calls to the database. And now every page load takes 10 to 20 seconds. But I don't hear you blaming Rails for that. Like, the other frameworks don't magically solve this. There's also the very real problem, and Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid, which is, in my opinion, one of the biggest competitors to React and one of the few that offers meaningful performance wins, often talks about how bullshit this particular point is. Specifically that the second time you build it, it's always going to be better because you learned a bunch of lessons the first time. If you rewrite this again, also in React, is probably going to do a lot better than it was the first time. So sure, my guess is that he went and rewrote something in some other shitty server-side framework like HTMX or like Flask or something, got better performance because he wrote it better the second time, and now is crediting the framework and not the fact that he wrote it twice. Probably where this is going. We'll see where we end up. None of these solve the core issue. React wasn't built for simplicity or speed. It wasn't well conceived, and even within Facebook itself, it faced a heated opposition and resistance from other engineers since day one. So if it was in this environment where people are pushing back on it constantly and it still won, were they all mentally ill too? Were you psychoanalyzing the smartest developers in the web space ever too? Or are you just going to skim over that part because you realize it destroys your entire argument? The worst part? Every React fix is a half solution to the previous complexity. It's a loop of patches, suspense, concurrent mode, server components, use, using, use, all solve problems that React introduced in the first place. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that loading data was a React-specific problem. I didn't realize that having non-blocking UI update code was a React-specific problem. I didn't realize rendering some parts on the server and some on the client was a React-specific problem. I certainly didn't realize composable state was a React-specific problem. I thought these were things that just exist when you build real applications. To each their own. Also, the fact that he doesn't mention the React compiler here, which is the one thing that could actually make his point a little bit, shows how little he understands the space. So what's the cost of the mistake? Time's your biggest expense as a founder. Choosing React can mean that you're building slower due to boilerplate and ecosystem sprawl, that you have poor runtime performance unless you heavily optimize, that you're constantly maintaining due to things breaking in fragile patterns, that your SEO and hydration issues require an entire tool chain to fix, that you're having difficulty hiring devs who actually know how to tame React rather than just copy-paste patterns or vibe code and hope. Do you think the developers that you're talking about here are going to be better at vanilla HTML than React? What the fuck are you on? What? Even worse, if you need to rewrite, which happens more often than people admit, you've wasted investor money and precious runway on tech debt. Remember, you'll eventually want to hit a Series A, at which point you'll get stuck rewriting your unusable app rather than rolling out features that your excited customers want on a daily basis. I was about to say I need to see your suggestions because I advise and have invested in over 100 early stage startups. And I shit you not, 100% of the ones that have failed were, wait. And I shit you not, of the 4 that I know failed, 3 were Flutter. I've invested in 3 Flutter companies and all 3 already failed. So sure, React is why they're losing. Absolutely. You think all of the other ones aren't on React? I have not seen a company run out of money because they're stuck unfucking their React code base. And I have admittedly seen some very fucked React code bases at these companies. I have seen shit I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. And none of it had anything to do with React. All of it was because of bad design decisions that were made. And Naman's hopping in. The common thing you'll see with all these articles, they never have an alternative they suggest, or they'll just suggest building a lame, mostly HTML app with less JS, which is a dishonest in a whole other way. I have a feeling that's where we're about to go here. Because there are better alternatives. Depending on your needs, things like Lit, HTMX, Rimmel, and even vanilla plus web components offer blazing fast performance with cleaner, more viable, or just different mental models. They often require fewer or zero depths, less boilerplate, and they allow you to scale without rewriting your app every time the core team invents a new abstraction layer. I would love for you to describe to me in depth how an HTMX app scales to a team of 20 developers. I'm an HTMX defender. I have a lot of videos where I go in depth on how important I think HTMX is for the ecosystem. Because if you're a backend dev that doesn't like or want to learn web technologies, You shouldn't need something like React so that your page can show a new UI without refreshing. I will always defend the shit out of HTMX because it is such an important piece of this ecosystem, because there are a lot of apps that don't need client-side interactions beyond letting new data come in and not refresh the whole page. HTMX is a really good solution for things that don't need heavy interaction but need better than a page load on every time something changes. And I love it for that. I have no fucking... I cannot fucking fathom how that would work at a team larger than like 5 people. If you have multiple people contributing at the same time to the same set of pages in the same application, which is apparently the goal here. This is how do you get to Series A. Series A doesn't mean your app was fast. Series A doesn't mean your app is fast. Series A means that your app is useful to people and you need to hire more engineers to keep scaling up. If you're on React and you just raised your Series A, you now are hiring engineers to work in a system that scales up to larger teams. This is beginning to feel like a cope because this guy's startup failed and he's blaming the performance of his app instead of understanding that his app was useless. As he said earlier, the users don't care what framework you chose. And there are much smarter people than me in my chat saying that of these, Lit is viable, but it's not actually faster. And I agree there. Like, Lit is super cool. It makes web components usable. Web components are entirely client-side. You can't server render them in any traditional sense. So you still have to wait and then run the client-side code and then fetch data like you would with anything else. It's just so much harder to do that you have to think about it more. And that's the difference. React is so easy that you don't have to think about these things, which results in people who don't think very much writing a lot of React code. Lit is so hard to make work that you have to be very careful about how you architect things, or those like failures in your system will become much more apparent much quicker. The difference here isn't that React is slow and bad and Lit is fast and good. It's that React is easy enough that you can write bad code in it and it will still work. Lit is so hard that you won't even be able to make the fucking page load if you do it wrong. But sure, your package JSON looks shorter. So I'm sure you feel really good about that. And I'm sure your users love you for lowering the package JSON size and taking way longer to ship features and not being able to hire engineers. And every time you hire an engineer, your app gets way buggier. They're not just technically better, but strategically better. Faster load times means better UX. Cleaner code bases mean much cheaper maintenance. Happier and more motivated devs mean faster iteration. And it's your product that benefits, not the Facebook ecosystem. I'm going to read the conclusion, and then I'm going to try to rebase this article for the author to make it actually useful and like find something to agree on, because they're not making it easy. If you're a tech founder, entrepreneur, or decision maker, try to escape your cognitive bias and don't just follow the herd. Avoid React, Angular, and copycats if you're building something lean, fast, and maintainable. These tools might be popular, but that won't make them the right choice automatically. Use your edge as a startup to stay nimble. Choose tech that solves problems, not tech that is a problem. Your users, your devs, and your investors will all thank you. I hated every minute of this. Let's try our best to get some lesson out of it, because the author does not make it easy to get anything useful here. Okay. So let's just comb through this and find something that I care about. Okay, I have to do one more rant complaining. This author is falling for something that's even worse than the like following the herd biases he's talking about. I call it hipster syndrome. He is hating on the thing because it's popular and he's mad that it's popular. This is very common. I come from the music scene and I see this so much. You'd be amazed how many music lovers cannot admit the fact that Rihanna is an incredibly talented individual. That they cannot admit that they like they can't even like bob their head to a Rihanna song because they're so like deeply emotionally against the idea of something popular also being good. It's so common. I see people in chat already saying it. Pop is trash. Yeah. I was one of those people myself when I was 15. And then Justin Timberlake put out some incredible music and I had to get over my shit. The author of this article is making the same mistake I made when I was 15. Because there were some indie things that I thought were obviously really good, and there were some popular things that were obviously not good. All popular bad, all indie good. Easy trap to fall into if you're 15 years old. I don't know how the author managed to do it. So with that out of the way, I want to do my best to make an actual point for this article. So with that out of the way, I want to do my best. Let me delete it again. So that part out of the way, I'm going to do my best to make a actual coherent point for the author. The thing that actually matters as an early stage founder trying to find PMF is ownership. Everything is yours. Every decision, every success, every failure, every conversation, every support email, it's yours. If you're starting a company and you're building a product for users, you have to own it. And that means a lot of different things. One of those is owning the tech, both the actual tech and the implementation, but also the process of the decisions and the failures and edge cases you'll hit there. You need to be invested in it. You need to care about it. I'm not saying that you need to be a huge React fanboy or anything. I'm saying you need to care about having these conversations and get a little bit nerdy with people who care a lot about them. You're already kind of like this because you're watching this video. That's the thing that matters most. And here's the harshest reality, and this is one that I don't like, that I have been coming around to myself. It's almost always better to use the tech that you want to use. Not because the tech you want is the right tech. Not because the tech you want is super good and going to be an edge that nobody else has. You need to be excited. And you need to own. You need to own your shit. This is the key. If using React makes you excited, use it. If using Solid makes you really hyped to contribute to your code base and make new features and do the things your users need, use that. If using HTMX lets you sit in the section you like the most, which is probably your backend in Go or Python or Rust or something, awesome, use that. Use the tech that makes you happiest and most excited to contribute in the code base. Because the harshest reality is that there is no early stage business that is meaningfully bottlenecked by their tech choices. And to be clear, I mean the frameworks they pick, the languages they pick. I've seen early stage companies find a ton of success I've seen early stage companies find a ton of success and build totally usable things that their users love on tech I would never recommend. I've seen Rails companies find PMF super early. But I've also seen companies doing all the tech really right, building with Bun where they are using Bun where they need JavaScript, using Rust where they don't, going out of their way to squeeze every minuscule of perf out that they can, and building with tech that they absolutely love deeply. And they forget about their users in the process and don't build anything useful. And I promise you, if you're building in Rust and I'm building in Python and we're both trying to compete in the same emerging market, the winner isn't the person who picked the right tech. No business won because their competition picked React and they picked Solid. No business won because their competition picked Python and they picked Rust. That's not fucking reality. That's not how you get through early stage. Early stage is about product market fit and survival. That's it. And if your product's already slow before you get to product market fit, that just means you suck at writing code. Just realistically speaking, there is no way you have a product that makes less than $10K a month that is big enough that it should be slow based on the, like, if React's specific performance issues are getting in your way before you have 20 engineers at your company, you suck really bad at writing software and need to delete the whole code base and restart because your product's not good either. There's no world in which that is not the case. Like, you need to have enough taste to make something useful. And these conversations are a waste of your time until then. It doesn't matter how you start building. It matters that you're building and that you're solving real problems. And if you're lucky enough to get to the point where your tech decisions are slowing down iteration or are slowing down the actual product for users, awesome. You have users. That's why you care. That's a great reason to go fix your tech. But there is no world in which an early stage founder is losing because their app's too slow because they picked Rails instead of React or Solid or Lit or HTMX or something. Until you are until you're getting close to Series A, or until you have an actual threshold of users where it's hard to keep up with your own community, your app should be small and nimble and easy to make changes in. If you're laying down heavy infrastructure that you're scared to rip up before you have PMF, you're a bad engineer. And you shouldn't be making tech decisions based on anything other than what's popular because your own intuition can't be trusted because you suck at your job. So don't tell early stage, like, I will never tell an early stage founder what to use. I'll just tell them to use what they're familiar with. And if they run into specific problems, I will recommend other solutions that will help them with that. But it's additive solutions that help with specific problems. Build with what you know until you hit a certain threshold of success, and then fix the problems that you have as you go forward. Yeah. So a different way of putting this. If you're an experienced Python dev and you want to build something, don't feel like you have to learn React first. You know me. I want to tell you all, just go build everything in React because that's kind of how I do things. It's made my life much better. But if you have tech that you're already familiar with and you have a product that you wish existed that doesn't, stop talking about your tech decisions. Go fucking build the thing. That's what I did when I built my stuff. And when I built it, I put together this absolute bastardization of an Elixir. And when I did this, I put together an absolute bastardization of Elixir plus GraphQL on the back end, a chaotic create React app fork with a ton of hacks in the fucking and then a create React app fork with a ton of Webpack hacks and bullshit. Not a fork, but a component library I was building myself using styled components. And I tried to turn this into a template starter point back in 2019 when I was convinced all of this tech was the best option. I don't use anything listed here anymore because I switched all of the parts up as I realized they weren't solving problems and were causing more problems than they solved. And now when I build products, the products are much better because I know much more about what I'm using and I know the limitations of the bad choices I made in the past. No article is going to teach you that. If you just watch this article, sorry, I gotta turn down the AC or turn up the AC because I'm fucking cooking right now. Cool. Yeah. If you're making your tech decisions based on a blog rather than your own experience, you're bad at your job. Making your tech decisions based on a YouTube video instead of your own experience, you're also probably bad at your job. You're making your tech decisions based on your experience, and then these other articles and videos and things give you insights on what else to try based on the problems that you have, or you're just excited about this thing and you want to go check it out yourself. Awesome. Follow your energy and excitement and solve the problems that you have. Don't take the random word of other people on the internet. If I was to write an article like this, it would be very different. Why you don't have to pick React for your startup. And this is a take I would absolutely agree with. The important thing for your startup is that you're setting yourself up to maintain your motivation through the hard parts. Making a startup sucks. You're going to fail so much. You're going to have to throw away so much stuff. You're going to make bad assumptions. You're going to burn customers. You're going to have to eat ramen for a while, and you're going to be lucky if you can even afford ramen at points. It sucks. Running a startup is not fun. You should pick the tech that makes you the most likely to get to the next step. And React is not the solution for that if you're not already a React developer. It's just hilarious to me that somebody sees that in certain benchmarks and circumstances, Solid.js is up to like 1.8 times faster than React. Therefore, using React is a disaster. Fucking cycles on client are not why my app is slow. Data is why my app is slow. If I'm fetching too much data in order that makes no sense, then my app is slow. Every time I look at one of these slow React apps, the answer isn't in the performance tab or profiler. The answer is almost always in the fucking network tab. The network tab is the key that will answer most of the questions and concerns that you have about performance. And I honestly feel as though the people who write articles like this have just never opened it up before. They're still thinking about web performance as They're still thinking about the web as a single page being sent to the user, not as a back and forth between the browser and a server. And that back and forth is where React really shines. But it's also a problem that you can cause yourself if you're writing your React components the way you used to write templates, where you fetch the data as part of the template process, but now you're fetching it as a component. No, that doesn't work. I have like 5 videos about this. I love this video, and I'm still disappointed it didn't perform better. My all the ways HTML gets to your browser video goes really deep on this bit and like how to think about it. God, I used to look so much different. I am very happy I changed my appearance. The key points that I was trying to make here is the difference between like multi-page apps and single-page apps and the different ways of rendering, where the user goes to a website in the browser, the server sends some HTML down, which includes a JavaScript tag. It fetches the JavaScript, parses it, and then hits an API endpoint to get the data that is needed to then render the UI. But different components need different data, and one component renders another component. You end up with a lot of these back and forths that you don't need. This video will be linked in the description. If you haven't already seen it and you don't understand what I'm talking about, watch it and you'll understand much better. So, yeah. There is no startup that is failing because at the earliest stage, the founders picked a technology that was too slow. There's a lot of businesses that are failing because the founders are digging their heels in on things that don't actually matter. There's a lot of businesses that fail because they don't meet the needs of their users. There are none that are failing because they picked the framework that is 50% slower than the other one. That's not how it works. You're falling for the trap of the... Funny enough, the whole point of this article is that React is built for Facebook's needs. Who do you think Lit is built for? Who do you think these other things are built for? Lit and the whole ecosystem around that, especially Marco, comes from eBay's need to compete like tooth and nail over e-commerce sales. How can you make the page load with content as fast as possible with as little other stuff as possible? How willing are you to spend way too much engineering time to micro-optimize load times for your site? That's what these tools are for, is for teams that are willing to slave over every single detail to make something slightly more performant because they are fighting at the craziest scales you've never seen before in order to be 5% faster than their competition, in order to increase their conversion by 1% and make another $5 million that year. If a 1% difference isn't $1 million problem for your business, shut the fuck up. Like, this isn't a conversation you're equipped to have. If you're a tech founder or entrepreneur at an early stage company and your framework is causing your app to be slow, I have a couple bridges to sell you. They're in really nice places and I'll give you a great deal. I think you're going to make it out really good on this. Seriously, though, I'm just increasingly tired of these takes. Build the thing that you want to build it with the stuff you want to build with, and stop making it everyone else's fucking problem. Just go ship stuff, especially if you're early stage. Your make or break isn't going to be one of these small niche benchmarks. None of this matters. Go ship. And let me know what you built, because that's a lot cooler than whatever the fuck we just read. Let me know what y'all think, and until next time, keep shipping. Someone said that they threw this at 04 and got a funny answer of like, what's wrong with it? I'm going to go do the same thing. I'm curious. Cheskin Chat made a great suggestion. He used O4 Mini to show all the fallacies in this article, and I had to copy and do the same. The result is longer than the original article, which says a lot. And this was with medium. And this was with medium reasoning. Apparently, when he did it, he got 12 points back because it is, yeah. These are funny. Editor's note: phase, stuff this in anywhere where it fits. If it does, if not, it's fine. Unsubstantiated blanket claims, misapplication of psychological biases. It invokes pluralistic ignorance and then false consensus effect without any survey, interview, or hard data. Every React advocate secretly dislikes React. Also, it like these two contradict each other. He literally does the pluralistic ignorance, or he literally does false consensus in the pluralistic ignorance take. It's hilarious. Logical fallacies, including but not limited to straw man, hasty generalization, false dilemma. You get the idea. I would suggest to the author that you ask an AI why your article's wrong before you publish it. It might help you a lot. At Grok in chat, love it. Marker, end of rant. Ooh, I actually like what you've linked here. This is a video for sure. Not going to film it now because I'm nearing the end of my energy. I know better. We got 4 videos out on a day that I wasn't even planning on recording, so I'm feeling good. I am putting this in my to film list. This was fun. Thank you for that link. It's been Pure Facts, still streaming. Yeah, I took a break to do a call, but I wanted to keep going. Happy that you're still around. Thank you all for showing up on YouTube. Sorry I haven't been as... What's the stop selling podcast mics but for blogs? Oh, man. Oh, man. Appreciate that immensely. Article has nothing new to say. We can nitpick the fallacies. It's just age old. This thing feels bad. Instead of investigating the feeling, we're just going to complain. Yep. All very real. I just like, my goal with these videos isn't to like make a bunch of really useful points. It's to be the opposite of the articles. Because like, if you don't know what you're talking about and you see all of these articles about how React is terrible, you'll start to think React must be terrible. There must be something wrong with it. I want to showcase how embarrassing and dumb these are, not because I want to disincentivize people from making them or I want to make the author feel bad. Those are nice side effects. I specifically want to make sure that a person that doesn't know any better doesn't see 12 articles about how bad React is and then make a technical decision that they shouldn't have. I just want to make sure that the public doesn't see these articles as a reason to not use React. They should choose to not use React because they don't want to, not because these shitty articles made them scared that they're picking the wrong tech. I am happy with what we have done. Let's figure out who we're rating. Oh, jams. I love jams. We're throwing you guys at jams. That'll be fun. Hello, jams. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you guys immensely. See you on Wednesday. I will likely be streaming more often on Saturdays. I might do Sundays, but I'm planning on Saturdays at the moment. You'd be amazed how many people there are. They're not making a decision on the article. It's more the existence of 12 of these articles makes them question their tech choices because they don't know better than the author as far as they know. But yeah. There's much paper? Yes, so great. DM me. I don't know when I'll respond, but I'll definitely take a look. Thank you guys. See you later. Bye, nerds. Bye, YouTube as well.